Judge John Lindsay Tackett presiding. Please be seated. Let's come to order.
Okay. Good morning. We are on for a bench trial. This is 26M 1986 Commonwealth versus Aisha Fox Thompson. But technically, I reviewed a order from Judge Bell. You've changed your name, so it is Hyper Medulla, correct? So I'm going to reflect that on the docket, that since you've changed your name in February, it should be Commonwealth versus Hyper Medulla. Okay. Is the county ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Medulla, are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So if everyone is prepared, Ms. Medulla, this would be an opportunity for you to present an opening statement. That is not going to be considered evidence. It's just going to be what you perceive that the evidence will indicate and will show the trier of fact, which will be me in this case since this is a bench trial. So would you like to present an opening statement, or you can waive that?
I can do it.
Your Honor, if I can just insert real quick, Hyper, I just want to make sure you know that if I slip up and say Ms. Fox Thompson or any of the witnesses, okay, it's not personal, but just that's what I prepped for. I didn't realize you had done the name change.
Thank you.
Mr. Wheeler, do you wish to present an opening statement?
I had a brief one.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and proceed. I think technically county goes first anyway. So I'm going to let Mr. Wheeler present an opening statement, and then Ms. Medulla, if you wish to present an opening statement, I will give you an opportunity. So, Mr. Wheeler.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll keep this brief. We're here today because Commonwealth has to prove two things beyond reasonable doubt: that Ms. Medulla behaved in a manner that caused disorderly conduct, second, reaches the elements in that, and that the refusal to leave the courthouse satisfies the requirements under criminal trespass in the third degree. The Commonwealth is going to call two witnesses today. The first, the court is going to hear from Clerk J. Stockman, who was originally the observer of what the Commonwealth will argue is the first disorder that led to the calling of the deputies. Mr. Stockman's going to testify that it was clear Ms. Medulla, upon being refused a request that was not possible to be completed by him, after explaining that to her and offering the assistance he was able to provide, Ms. Medulla refused to leave and behaved in a manner that caused inconvenience and annoyance to try to compel the clerks to help, even though they had already explicitly explained they simply couldn't accomplish what she was requesting they accomplish. That he's going to testify that the behavior was argumentative, that in her refusal to leave or step aside or come back later prevented the public from accessing the clerks, it prevented the clerks from being able to do their job, and that in totality was disruptive, and would satisfy under the requirement of subsection 1A and 525060 that the behavior was tumultuous. A synonym for would be disruptive or disorderly. And finally, he's going to testify that we did not have to be here today, that Mr. Stockman repeatedly requested that she just voluntarily leave and explained that he could not help, and she refused. And the second witness is going to be Sergeant Neese. He's going to testify that he arrived to the scene. He also went back and forth ad nauseum requesting Ms. Medulla leave, come back tomorrow. There was a refusal. This went back and forth. That there was going to be what the Commonwealth considers a second disorder in attempting to remove her from the courthouse. For example, he's going to testify she threw her papers out of the elevator to try to prevent them from removing her. That she attempted to turn, twist, and re-enter or remain in the courthouse as they attempted to remove her, actually triggering the dispatch to send more deputies, pulling them from their jobs to go assist in this, again causing a disorder and disruption. And finally, he's going to testify that this also did not have to end this way, that they repeatedly requested she voluntarily remove herself from the courthouse to come back at a different time after things had settled, and her voluntary refusal to do that is what resulted in the disorderly and trespass charge. And the Commonwealth at the end of the trial is going to request that this court find Ms. Medulla guilty of both the disorderly conduct and the criminal trespass, to make sure that the message is sent that this behavior in a courthouse cannot be tolerated. That's all, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Medulla, do you wish to make an opening statement now?
Yes.
Go ahead. You can just make it from where you're seated or standing, it doesn't matter.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. I'm looking for the form that I prepared. Okay. Your Honor, this case comes down to one question: has the Commonwealth's evidence established beyond a reasonable doubt that I committed disorderly conduct in the second degree and criminal trespass in the third degree? I believe it has not, and the evidence will also show there was no probable cause for either charge to begin with. On May 5th, I went to the Appeals Division of the Fayette County Circuit Court Clerk's office to ask a routine question about services available to the public. Mr. Stockman, the supervising clerk, responded with hostility, and when I asked a follow-up question, he activated the courthouse's emergency panic alarm. The alarm designed to summon armed law enforcement in the event of a genuine emergency. There was no violence, no threat, no weapon, nothing but a question he did not want to answer, or didn't have the patience for my misunderstandings or follow-up questions for clarity. I was not trying to pry for an answer or help. I actually had just left from the courthouse, the same court area with the clerks upstairs, and I was just asking if they did the same thing downstairs. It will show in the evidence that I have prepared exactly what I'm telling you right now. The evidence will show that when the officers responded, not one of them asked what had happened. Not one of them asked what I had done. Mr. Stockman said only she's got to go, and acted on that alone. And actually, an update, after watching the video all last night, I realized that the officer did have a little bit more intel. The only interaction was 10 seconds long when he got to the door. So they had enough time for him to say, she's got to go, and something about questions. I don't know if she asked me too many questions or anything, but I know it had something to do with questions, and it was fairly brief. Because Officer Neese said later on, he told you he answered all of your questions. So it was about questions. It was not about prying or any tumultuous behavior to begin with. Also, there had to be time for the officer to ask, and I think I did hear him say something like, what's this about? And the beginning of the video is muted, so it doesn't show any of this. It only shows the 10 seconds before, they engage with me. And it shows no tumultuous behavior in the event of when they approached me right afterwards. I wasn't aggravated until they put their hands on me and they started removing me and violating my personal space and threatening me. There was no investigation or identification of any crime before physically removing me from a public building. I had every right to be. You will hear testimony from the officers themselves confirming this. You'll see the complete unmuted video of the incident, not the version the Commonwealth initially produced with the beginning muted, but the full footage, and you will hear that the following day, Mr. Stockman himself admitted on camera that the alarm was not appropriate for what occurred. At the close of the evidence, I will ask this court to find the Commonwealth cannot provide the elements of either charge, beginning with the fact that there was never probable cause for either charge to begin with, and find me not guilty.
Okay.
Oh, one more thing.
Sure, go ahead.
Also, I've got exhibits over here showing that I put in an open records request requesting the unmuted version, and I received silence after the last hearing that we were in with Luke Morgan. He acknowledged that it was one that was put in, and he didn't respond, and it was sent to the Attorney General, so it showed that he violated KRS, and he did it intentionally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. So, thank you for these opening statements. At this point in time, it would be the Commonwealth's case. Do you have a witness, Mr. Wheeler?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would like to call Jay Stockman, please, is the first witness.
Jay Stockman.
And Your Honor, it's habit Jeep here if I'm in the well. Okay.
Just wanted to see it right. So if you come on up here to the bench, please. You raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat, please. Once you're seated, Mr. Wheeler, you can begin with questioning. Mr. Wheeler.
Good morning, Mr. Stockman. Is it okay if I call you Jay?
Yes, it is.
All right. So can you start by going and telling the court your full name, place of employment, job title, all for the record?
Jay Stockman, and Chief Deputy for the Circuit Court Appeals and Records Division.
And how long have you worked as a clerk?
Collectively, 28 years.
28 years. So can you give me an estimate, and no names or specifics, just over your entire career, how many times you've felt the need to summon deputies?
Maybe no more than 5.
No more than 5? Okay. And would you say it's fair in your role that you tolerate a wide variety of behaviors from the public?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. So before we move into the day at issue, can you let the court know all of the things on, say, a given day that you all are responsible for doing?
Yes, on a reasonable day, that we get requests from the Court of Appeals to perfect the appeals for their review. And we are on a timeline for those. So when we're given a request, we have 30 days to perfect it, and we get requests every day. So it's a pretty busy office.
And are you also responsible for assisting the public as well?
Yes.
And do you all have received calls from the public, the phones?
Continuously, yes.
And do attorneys also request your help?
They do.
Okay, so this is an average day.
Average.
All right. So you would say a lot of your work is time sensitive?
Correct.
Okay. So, on the day in question, let's start with Miss Medulla's arrival, and what was she wanting when she approached?
When she approached, she informed me that she wanted to file a brief to the Court of Appeals. That
Okay.
was her objective to do.
And are you the Court of Appeals?
We are not the Court of Appeals.
Do you have the ability to file with the Court of Appeals?
We do not.
Okay. Did you explain that to her?
I did, over and over and over.
Okay. And did you assist her as to how she could file?
I gave her the phone number for the Court of Appeals and also instructed her that when she did call the Court of Appeals, that she is requested to send a brief, and how could they remedy to do that for her in the event that she says she filed IFP with them. So I suggested you call them, and they may be able to give you a solution on how to do that with their office, because they're not a part of our office.
Okay. And so you explained, after taking a look at what she had, that you could not help her, your office could not assist her, and then gave her directions on how she could proceed the correct way.
Exactly.
Okay. And so did she leave?
No.
Okay. And what happened next?
Well, she kept asking the same questions as why can't we? And she was saying that we were violating her constitutional rights, that it was our responsibility to send it to her, to the Court of Appeals for her.
Okay.
And I had just kept explaining to her that that is not our office, that's a higher court. If they want you to submit the brief, that's your responsibility to do that. And she just wouldn't take that as an answer.
And was there members of the public throughout the course of this chain of events who were prevented from accessing the window where you were addressing her?
Yes, because she's taken up a lot of time and answering the same questions over and over to try to get a different answer.
Okay.
So yeah, people were coming and going.
And was it your perception that the repeated questions by Ms. Medulla and the refusal to leave was an attempt to try to get you to just do what she wanted?
I feel that was her objective, yes.
Okay. And finally, what did you end up doing?
I would end up repeating to her again, gave her the information she needed to do to call the Court of Appeals, and asked her if there's any other questions that she needed to ask pertaining to the specific appeal, other than the questions she had asked for, so we can help her out. And she said no. So I had then said, then we're done, right? If you don't have any other questions, we're done. And then she wanted to repeat again of what my responsibilities were being disruptive and argumentative. So I had asked her, I can ask you to leave, or I can have the sheriffs escort you out. And she said, call the sheriffs.
Okay. So, some of the members of the public were unable to seek assistance. Were you prevented from doing your job?
Yes, she's holding us up for things that we have no control over,
Okay.
but what she needs to have done.
And you ended up feeling the need to call the deputies in. And so, when did the situation finally resolve? Was it only after the deputies removed her?
Right, well, she resisted with the deputies once they came, because she was saying she had a right to be there, and which she did, but we were finished, and she didn't want to leave until she kept asking questions and questions and questions that we had answered over and over and over again. So we just couldn't keep doing that.
My last question is, did it have to end up this way?
No.
No? Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Medulla, you have a chance now to ask Mr. Stockman some questions. So, not to present any argument or testimony yourself, but ask him questions. So, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, that would be speculation. He didn't design the system.
What is the, okay, I can,
Okay, I'm gonna rephrase the question.
yeah, I'll
Go ahead.
Okay. What were you trained to use the panic alarm for?
To deal with disruptive customers.
When they're, is it meant to be used for general questions or misunderstandings at the clerk window?
It wouldn't be used for general questions and understandings.
Are clerks trained to accommodate citizens who may need clarification?
Yes, and we do that.
How long did our exchange at your window last before you activated the alarm?
Couldn't tell, I don't know.
You don't know if it was like 1 to 2 minutes to 10 to 20 minutes?
I don't know.
You can't answer
I
that?
don't recall.
Objection, Your Honor, he's asked and
He's-
answered.
So the answer is, it might not be an answer you like, but he says he can't, he doesn't know, so.
When Sergeant Neese asked what's the deal, is it true that your entire answer was, she's got to go? And I
Or
think
more
also-
like either she has to go or she's got to go, one of the two.
She's got to go, and then I'm pretty sure you also said something around the lines of, like, questions but that's only because he knew somewhere in the unmuted portion of the video that I received, so I'm wondering if that's exactly what you said, and if you said anything else, could you, like, clarify exactly what you said to
I think if I
Officer
said
Neese?
anything, that would have been all to any deputy.
She's got to go, that's all?
Yes,
Okay. And did you say anything about questions?
I don't believe so.
You didn't say anything
I
about
don't
questions to
recall.
the officer?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you say anything to Sergeant Neese about a brief or about repeated questions in that exchange?
Nope.
I asked you the second one already. Is there anywhere your original incident report, any document from that day where you mentioned a brief before today?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You don't do an incident report for logs. I have a letter showing that there's no thing for panic alarms, but have you ever mentioned a brief that was requested from me, like, any time before today? You know, actually, you didn't really have too many opportunities, but as soon as I got out of jail from that incident, I did return and we had a discussion about the incident. You said nothing about a brief. It was actually more accurate than what you just testified. Because so I'm not supposed to, I don't want to say.
Let me just kind of stop you, because you're sort of
Yeah.
going along and testifying, and that happens quite a bit with Pro-Se litigants. What you need to do right now is ask Mr. Stockton questions, and his answers are going to be evidence.
Mhm.
Your questions are not going to be evidence at this point. You're going to get a chance to testify, but I just need you to ask him questions, and then his answers are going to be the evidence that I use to make my judgment. So we just need questions.
But I already got that answer, I think.
Okay, you get the answer. All right, then move on to the next question.
You testified that I said you were violating my constitutional rights. Is that statement recorded anywhere on audio or any document?
I
You
don't
didn't
know.
receive the document, I know. Sorry. If it isn't recorded and isn't, I didn't get very much sleep last night, Your Honor, to go over my questions that I prepared, so after going through the video, so I'm sorry.
Just, you've got all the time you need. Just take time. All we're looking for is questions from Mr. Stockton.
Okay, who specifically was the member of the public that was waiting for service that day that didn't receive it?
Objection, Your Honor, how could he possibly know the name and person?
I'm going
of
to
someone?
overrule your objection to the extent he does know he can answer. answer, so.
I don't know.
I can refrain, okay. Have you ever, I was gonna refrain and say, have you ever like seen them, cause you know, you saw me regularly for like about a year or a few months. You probably see the same people. It's not as many people coming through as upstairs, the appeals department. Mary remembers me every time I come down there.
I don't know what you're asking.
Let me just say you're trailing off some on this, so if you can speak up just a little bit, I have more control here.
I'm meaning to say, the person that was downstairs that missed out on service due to the incident, were they like recognizable? Are they a regular
I couldn't
person?
tell you who they were. I don't know.
You don't know?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Did they ever get the services that they needed?
Objection, Your Honor. If he doesn't know who they are, how could he know whether or not they got their services?
Well, he may be able to answer that question despite not knowing their complete identity. So I'm going to overrule your objection to the extent you know, sir. Can you answer that question?
I don't know. Because if they did, somebody else could have waited on them, but I didn't.
Okay. If, I'm not like asking you, I know for sure because I've seen the recording, but I'm asking if maybe this could recall your memory. Isn't it true that the only person present downstairs at the day that I was there during the incident was custodial staff, a janitor, and not a member of the public? Besides the sheriff's.
I don't remember who was all there. I don't know.
Okay. So you didn't get your answers, you didn't get your way, and you got upset. Is that a fair summary of your own words 2 days later on camera?
It is.
For a panic alarm to be pressed, do you think it would be necessary for someone to be more than just upset?
Depends on the degree of upset. You were really upset.
Okay. I feel like really upset needs some clarification. Can you explain, because the day that I returned, upset was all that you said. You didn't say really upset, you said upset. So, you know, you didn't elaborate further on what made you didn't say that I was talking about my constitutional rights. You didn't elaborate on, so I was just wondering, what exactly was, what gave you the insinuation that I was upset or really upset as a different?
Well, when you asked a question, you were given an answer, you got upset. And you couldn't take our answers for verbatim what they are without you challenging me and asking me why, and you were explained why multiple times. And it gets to the point where it was escalating to where you're being argumentative, and it's just inappropriate.
Okay, so the questions I was responding with were just why? They were why?
No, you were asking procedural questions in other divisions that I don't work in other divisions, and I can't answer those questions for you.
Is it true that the day that I returned, you did answer the questions for me, or you didn't answer?
Objection, Your Honor. She's asking a question about, I think she said about the day she returned. which is not, I think in our pretrial conference, we were very explicit that everything in this courtroom today has to be about.
Why would it be relevant about what transpired after, May the 4th?
When I returned, it is relevant because I returned and I asked him the same questions and did basically exactly what happened the day before, and it's the same incident. It's not 2 days after the incident, and it shows everything that you know.
I'm gonna sustain the objection, because I think we're just talking about what happened on May the 4th, and what happened 2 days later. We had that conversation about what happened in the jail.
But
It's not particularly relevant.
Your Honor, we were discussing what happened the day before, and it showed his own.
Oh, okay, so you're saying that he commented upon the actions that occurred on May 4th?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that's what it's gonna say? Okay. Then in that case, I will overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Could you answer that question for me? So was it just why? Why was I asking you why? And was that just the challenge to your questions? Or
No, it's
that
not
showed
asking
I
you
was
why,
upset?
but you were giving direction on what I was going to do that I had no capability of doing.
Oh, I was giving you directions.
You were telling me I was going to send that to the Court of Appeals because that was our responsibility to do that, and it's not our responsibility to do that.
I was telling you that you
Yeah.
were gonna
You were telling me that it was my responsibility, because you are IFP, to send that on your behalf to the Court of Appeals, and it's not our court.
Okay. Was it a brief that
It
I
was a brief, yes.
that I was requesting, or was it what did I come to ask you that day exactly?
You wanted me to send certified mail, a brief that you prepared, because the Court of Appeals asked you to send it to them.
And can you explain the situation, say exactly how it went, when I went there, what did I say to you, how did I ask it of you?
You asked me, you said, the Court of Appeals instructed you to mail them your brief. And I had asked you, the Court of Appeals asked you to send you the brief, and you said yes. And I had explained to you, the Court of Appeals is not our office, that's a higher court. If they're asking you to send them the brief, that's your responsibility, and that's what you needed to do. And I gave you the phone number to the Court of Appeals for you to call. And you took the phone number, and you still had asked why I couldn't send it to them.
Oh, okay. Is it true, so that's the first thing you said when I first asked you?
I don't remember the first questions you asked.
No, you got the first question right. I asked about sending mail, but actually you left out the part where it was for the IFP status. I wasn't trying to. So did I ask you about sending out mail, and did I demand you to send out my mail, or did I ask you if it was acceptable from your provision for me to give you send out mail with the IFP status?
Objection, Your Honor. He's testified to the best of his recollection what he recalls the conversation as being and why she was there. He testified to that under my direct questioning, and he's answered that, I think, 2 or 3 times now with her questioning.
I know, I understand that he's testified to it multiple times, but I think she's asking for some level of clarification. I'm gonna overrule your objection, but we are retreading some of the same ground, so I'm gonna allow you to ask this, but, again, a lot of these questions there's gonna be objections for asked and answered,
I know they seem like
and, once you get one answer, that's the answer you get, so, but you can ask this question, so go ahead.
So did I demand that you send something out when I first approached you, or was it a question about the IFP status when I asked you? Did I ask you instead
You
that
informed
if
me.
I could send my mail out with an IFP status, like I usually do upstairs, if you could do that for me?
Right.
if it was
You informed that you had IFP status, and we're all aware that you had IFP status here in Circuit Court. And I asked you, did you file IFP with the Court of Appeals? You said yes. So I said, here's the phone number, call the Court of Appeals. If you have IFP there, they can help you remedy a way to get that to them. But that's a different court, and we don't send mail service to another court on your behalf.
Okay, that was the full conclusion that we came to. But I remember it was 3 times that I did ask you. I remember that accurately.
Objection, Your Honor, if she would like to testify during
Yeah.
the process of the
Again,
trial.
This is, Ms. Medilla, this is where you ask questions. You'll have a chance to testify as to what you said later. We're just asking questions of Mr. Stockman. So do you have any more questions? I'll sustain that objection.
I'm sorry, I think it's just, that's what I was trying to think off the top of my head. I just try to think in my head.
Sure.
When I came downstairs and I asked you, did I ask you 3 times or was it just one time and done? You demanded me and then it was done.
It was multiple times. I can't tell you the exact count.
It was demands or questions? Different questions?
Both.
Oh, okay, could you clarify how that order went or how they, all conspired? Because if it's both, that's kind of more complex.
Well, when you tell somebody they're doing something, that's being demanding. That's not asking somebody, what can you do?
Okay, now what part of it was a question then, if I was demanding?
Objection, Your Honor. Is she asking him, I don't understand, objection to the question. Is it supposed to be him recounting the entire conversation? What is she asking the witness to testify to? She's asked the same question about what she said to him and what he responded to her probably a dozen times already. Well, I don't understand what the specific question is that is unique
Can you
from all of
repeat
the
your
other.
question? What was your question one more time?
Yes, sir, I'm asking him to elaborate on the demanding part of the interaction because he said I was demanding and I questioned. He admitted that it was questions, not demanding, but he said it was both. So I'm asking which part of it, and he only said the demanding part. So I'm asking which part of the demands were questions. Because if they both exist, then there's got to be questioning that somewhere in there. He admits that there was questioning, and there was questions with the IFP status.
And his first answer to that first question was that when she arrived, she wanted the brief mailed to the Court of Appeals, which was the question if he could do that, to which his answer was no, it goes to a different court. And then she asked what the demand was, and he said she told him to mail this to the Court of Appeals.
Okay.
So objection to asked and answered.
Let's, hold on, that's not the question was, confusing to me, and I'm not sure, if I were to overrule the objection, if I could follow it, but you're asking him to specify in what part of the conversation there were demands and what part of the conversation there were questions, is that right?
Because he agreed that there were questions.
Do you understand the question?
Not fully, no, I don't.
Why don't you try to rephrase it in a way that sort of makes a little bit more sense, because I was having trouble following, but why don't you ask another question? I think I know what you're getting at, but try again and see if you can phrase it in a way that makes sense that he can formulate an answer. So, go ahead.
So, you admitted that there were questions since, I came with the IFP status and the day that I returned, it was you did admit on camera that there were questions. So, and just now I asked you, so besides, I'm trying to move from testifying while we're phrasing. I should probably think before I speak, but could you clarify what part of the interaction, the 3 questions that you said the 3 questions, either it was questions or it was demands. So 3 demands. I want you to clarify what part of those, because you also right before I asked the confusing question, was you told me that it was 3 times that I had asked you the questions. So, and then I said, was it demanding or questioning? You said it was both. So I'm wondering what parts of this interaction was demanding and what parts of it was questioning. Did I question about the IFP status and demand you mail it off? Did I question about you mailing it off and demand you approve it with the IFP status? Can you specify that, or?
The only thing I can think you're asking is, did you ask me if I knew you had IFP status? And I believe I remember telling you, yes, I know you have IFP status here in this court. I agree, that's what I said. And I think that's the only question that I think that you're asking me that I mentioned. Yeah, I understand you had IFP, and I asked you, did you also have IFP with the Court of Appeals? And your response was yes. Okay, if that's the case, you need to file your brief with the Court of Appeals. And if you have to pay for that, or you have IFP status with them, I can't speak on their behalf of the court and say, yeah, go ahead and I'll send it for. I have no capability to send it to them on your behalf. Is why I gave you the phone number for you to call and ask them how can they give you a solution for you as IFP status in their court to submit a brief to them.
Okay, for the record, Your Honor,
This is not where you
Oh,
provide the
well,
testimony. Now you have to ask
actually,
questions.
yeah, okay.
You can tell me
So,
your side later. Go ahead.
Okay. So, okay, I got that. So you're not able to explain, you're not able to specify which part, you're not able to specify what exact parts of the interaction was demanding versus more of an inquiry, but you say that I approached you with, you said I asked you about my IFP status?
You didn't ask me about it. You stated you had IFP status.
Oh, but you just said before that I asked you. You said the questioning part of the interaction.
We were all aware you had IFP status.
And I was demanding you to tell me that I had IFP status because that's exactly what you just testified.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I don't believe that reflects his testimony. Of course, everything's being recorded. The tape will say what he testified to, but I don't believe I don't want you to be argumentative with him here. So for those 2 reasons, I'm going to sustain the objection. So if you have any more questions for Mr. Stockman, go ahead.
Okay. Can I ask him to elaborate on what he said?
I'm not giving you any advice as to how to do it, but the question is, would you elaborate on your last answer? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Will you elaborate on your last answer when it comes to the difference between the interaction of, the demanding parts of the interaction and the questioning part of it? Because you said that there were questions and there were demands. And if you didn't say that the IFP was a question, if you're saying that that's not what you testified, then I would like to know exactly what parts of the interaction were questions versus demands.
And I'd hate to object again, but if I'm not mistaken, that is the exact question to which he just responded. What questions were questions and what demands were demands? That was
True,
the exact question.
Let me just say that he also testified as to what her status was with the IFP. So I don't know, even though he was asked that question, I don't know if he's answered it. So I'm going to overrule your objection. So go ahead, you can answer.
Reframe the question.
Okay. Could you explain what part of the interaction was questioning versus demands? Because you said that they were both, and you said that it wasn't questions about the IFP status anymore. So now I want to know what part of it was demands and what part of it was actually questions.
So we were at the point we knew you had IFP status in our court.
Mm-hmm.
But when you were told that the Court of Appeals is a separate court. We don't do mail service on your behalf to the Court of Appeals. That's when you told me that since you had IFP status, I had to do that for you.
Okay, so I did ask you about I didn't demand you sit it out. I asked you if you could. Or,
No, you're more like telling me I had to do that.
oh, well, what part
That
of
was my responsibility, and for your constitutional rights as being IFP, that I had to mail that to the Court of Appeals on your behalf.
Okay, well, what part of it was questioned?
Objection, Your Honor.
Because I only got demands. And you
He's-
said it was
He
questions.
testified the first time that the question was if they can mail the brief, the IFP, to the Court of Appeals, and then it turned into the demand you have to do
Is
that.
that him saying that or you? Because he didn't say that.
My
I'm
recollection
going
is-
to overrule the objection. I'll let him answer as to I think that he's explained the demand part, and he can explain the question part, so, go ahead.
The question part is asking me, do I know that she has IFP?
Okay.
And question and answer was yes.
Oh, okay, I thought you said that wasn't what you said after you said that before. So that was the only question part of the interaction?
As far as I can recall.
It switched 3 times, but is that the only questioning part of it? The interaction?
It could be, I don't know. I don't recall everything that had happened.
But so it was all a demand?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection.
Okay.
I don't,
I-
the
Let me just,
okay.
let me just say that I think I've understood the testimony as to the answer to that question. I think it's in the record.
I think I have.
If you have a clarifying question that you want to ask, that's fine, but I think I understand what his testimony is with regard to the demand and the questioning series of the conversation.
Okay. Are clerks trained to accommodate citizens who may be confused, a little stressed, or need clarification?
Do we deal with people every day in situations like that?
How have you
All the
learned how to
time.
deal with it, since, basically you learned from flying, basically, so you wasn't really trained, but over the 28 years of your employment, how have you learned to deal with people that are stressed, confused, or, they need
Just like I did
clarification?
with you. I tried to explain you the situation and you
You
just
hit the
wasn't.
panic room.
Oh, I explained it to you.
He asked the question, let him answer.
I explained to you the situation, what you could do to help yourself, get that brief to the Court of Appeals. I explained it to you. But every time you had to ask the same question, you got the same answer, and that's where you were getting frustrated into trying to convince me that I was going to do it for you.
What was what about that part got terrorizing, for you to go?
It's not terrorizing, it's disruptive and being argumentative.
Mhm. What was argumentative about it? What did I say that was argumentative exactly?
You're not listening to what was being told to you to help you in your situation. Every answer I gave you, you reviewed it with something different and tried to get a different answer from me to help your cause.
What exactly did I say that? Because you leaned in, you did say it was challenging. What did you mean by challenging? How did I challenge your answer?
Because you're telling me
What was?
it was my responsibility to send it to you, for me to send for you to the Court of Appeals your brief because you had IFP.
Okay. Could you tell me what so could you tell me what the first answer was, like that was challenging, that made you feel like I was trying to pry you to, like, Like, what exactly did I say?
You told me that you had IFP. Since you had IFP, that I had to send that to the Court of Appeals on your behalf.
Could you reenact it like I can sit here and say that you just said, you told me that can you say exactly, like with my body language, exactly how I did it at the window?
I
Objection.
can't.
Is he, I don't understand, is she asking him to stand up and act?
He doesn't have to
Amendment?
stand up, he can do it right there, I just want him to actually like verbalize, because if you, you know, had drama class or something, you can I just want you to show
I'm gonna-
exactly my demeanor or tone, like,
I'm gonna
why would you do
sustain
this, you
the
know?
objection to the extent that, you know, I don't think that Mr. Stockman, I don't think it's appropriate for him to play act how you were. I've heard testimony, just so we are straight, that I've heard testimony from him that you were upset, and to the extent that, and I think he's tried to explain argumentative and inappropriate, those are words that he said. If you want to ask him to further describe, I think that would be appropriate to ask him. But I've gotten those 3 words from him, which is pretty apt description, but if there are any other words that he would use to describe your behaviors at the time, I think you can ask that. So,
Okay.
you understand, I guess I'm asking the question, but you understand beyond the words that you have used already to describe Ms. Medulla's behaviors, is there anything else you would say?
Just that she just was argumentative and combative. She just wasn't listening to what instructions were being given to her, and she was adamant that she was right and that we were going to do something for her.
I was right. How did I say that? So I declared that I was right?
You declared that it was my constitutional, I was violating your constitutional rights because you had IFP status, and that I was going to do that for you.
So I said it was, can you say, okay, so I declared that it was my constitutional right that you mail out my stuff, and I didn't, you know, even after you told me the procedure, I told
Right,
you.
you kept saying, rephrasing things to me in different ways and hoping to get an answer from me that I was just going to go ahead and do it for you because of your status. And that wasn't happening.
Okay. So that sounds like more so, it was very unproductive for you to even get any type of conclusion with me.
Correct. I couldn't get a conclusion with you because you were not listening.
Okay, so I was more demanding than questioning overall.
You did equal, demanding, questioning.
What part of it was, well, actually, I already asked this, but I'm gonna rephrase it because I actually have one on here that I haven't asked. What answers did I not receive? Because you said you didn't get your answers and you didn't get your way and you got upset. So if that's the order that it went in your own words, what answers did I not receive at first?
Objection, she's rephrasing his answer. His testimony was she didn't get the answer she wanted, not that she didn't get an answer.
What was your question?
He said, I asked, what answers did I not receive in that order? He said specifically, you didn't get your answers, you didn't get your way, and you got upset. He didn't say you didn't get the answers you wanted, he said you didn't get your answers on the court.
I'll let him explain his answer to that
Yeah, and-
question. So go ahead.
Yeah, and the answer is, you didn't get the answers that you wanted, meaning I wasn't given the answers that you wanted to hear, that was going to benefit you. That you were adamant that you were correct, and you weren't correct. You did not want to hear the answers that were given to you, and take that as just cause, and then take the information I had provided to you to get your correct answers to the correct court.
What part blew me up? What, was it was I wrong about the IFP status, the sending out mail, or was I more wrong about the constitutional rights? Which part actually blew me up? Because one of those had to have been right before I blew up and you thought it was necessary to call the people.
Well, we all agreed.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm gonna overrule, I think that's appropriate. Go ahead.
We all agreed that you had IFP status, right? We did. Your situation is, you told me the Court of Appeals asked you to file a brief. You came into the office and asked me to send that brief, certified mail, to the Court of Appeals. I had said, did the Court of Appeals ask you for that brief? You said yes. And I explained to you, that is a different court. If they're asking you to send them that brief, that is on you. You have to send them that brief. That is no longer in our court.
But what part blew me up? What part set me off completely?
Objection, and if I can just get it in for the record, her question is causing for him to speculate on what made her behave in a certain way, which I don't think,
No, that's not what I was asking. I was asking,
unless I'm misunderstanding it.
I'm thinking that, I'm gonna overrule the objection. I think that she's asking something a little bit different, so without going to, because I don't wanna weigh in on what his testimony would be. So he can go ahead and ask the question again. I'm gonna overrule the objection.
so what part set me off? What part made me infuriated? And was it my constitutional rights? What part was I'm
Wait.
so mad about being wrong about? What was I so upset about being wrong? The constitutional right, the IFP status, or was it the ability for you guys in the appeals department to send off my mail?
That's exactly the third part. When I told you we could not do that for you, that's when you got upset, because you were comparing my division to other divisions who were able to do mail service for you. My division does not do mail service. You were confusing with your IFP status and the abilities that when you file an appeal, what they can do for you in your status. When you come to the Court of Appeals, when you come to the Appeals Division, we don't take payment for anything. We don't send out mail. We just take in your statement of appeals and your counter statements, because all those fees were either waived or they were paid when you filed the appeal.
Okay. Was it so? What was it? So you said it was the last part, the third part. So you were talking about the sending off mail. That was correct. So that was the part that set me off completely.
Exactly.
Like where I blew up and you was like, there was no more talking anymore.
It was that point when I gave you the phone number to the Court of Appeals and say, call them. You have IFP there, call them. Let them help you decide on how to, or remedy a solution for you to send that to them. But we don't send it for you.
Okay. When did my declaration of my constitutional rights being violated come in, if that wasn't the part that set me off?
After you were told that we could not do that for you, there was a higher court, you need to communicate with them. You were telling me your IFP status tells me I have to do that, and I'm violating your civil rights, your constitutional rights, or whatever rights that you had as a pro-se litigant to file this brief. And that I would have to do that for you.
And that part set me off. That's when you went to go get the pentagon, right?
I'm sorry?
So was that the part that set me off, or was it? Because was that the constitutional, that was the part where they set me off with when I was?
No,
hollering
we were
about-
told that I couldn't do it.
I was hollering about my constitutional rights. before we
After
went to
that.
the
After that, I had explained to you we could not do that for you.
After
Then you
what?
mailed the certified
Oh.
brief to the Court of Appeals. After
So-
that incident, that's when you went off rails and you were telling me we were violating your rights. You had IFP status. I have to do this for you. And without listening any further, you were not listening to instructions that were given to you to help you get out of the situation that you were in, to help you proceed with your appeal. And you weren't having it. You were just dead set that we were wrong.
Okay, so at first you said that it was. At first you said that it was the fact that what set me off was the fact that y'all couldn't send out mail, and you said clearly after I asked again if that was what blew me up, right, and you straight off cut it off. You said there's no more communicating. And then after I asked you about the constitutional rights, I said all three of those. All three of those was an option. So if you remember clearly, oh, she announced this, that would have been what you would have said, was constitutional rights.
Let me just make sure we're not arguing with each other, just asking a question here, so. Not, I said this, don't you remember,
Mm.
so. You have any more questions?
I need a second.
She said, I might.
So was it, which one came first? You did say at first that it was, okay, the question is, what made you forget that the constitutional part was what blew me up?
Objection, I don't think he ever testified he forgot anything.
You,
I agree.
okay, did you forget?
I don't think, I'm gonna sustain the objection to the form, because you've, I think, presumed facts that are not in evidence. But you can rephrase another question.
When I asked you about which one set me off, speaking of the three options, the IFP status, my constitutional rights being violated when I declared it, or when I demanded to get the information sent off to Frankfurt. Which one of those, I already asked you which one of those set me off. And the first time you said that it was sending off the mail, and then you also confirmed that that was immediately, which you went straight and hit the panic alarm, no more communicating. And then the second time around, I asked you if it was that or if it was the constitutional rights. You changed it to the constitutional rights. I'm just wondering which one happened. No, that's not the question. The question was, I'm wondering what caused you to misinterpret those two moments.
I don't think there was a misinterpretation.
Well,
You were adamant about what we were going to do for you, and that you told me that was my responsibility, that you had IFP status, and I was going to mail that for you.
Mm-hmm. Well, the first time I asked you, you basically said it as if, like, you ordered it, it wasn't IFP status. You cut.
Again, you're telling him, you're testifying and
I
telling
was just trying to
him,
explain
so,
to him where I was
just-
getting this interpretation from.
okay, concentrating on asking questions.
From my understanding, I think that you organized the situation to where it showed at first, when I asked you, that the sending the mail out to Frankfurt was what blew me up before you hit the panic alarm. And then after I asked you again, after the confirmation, you said that it was the constitutional rights being violated is what set me off. I'm wondering which one of those situations actually set me off and made you hit the panic alarm.
You're speculating, you're assuming that I determined when you were set off. You were set off from the beginning when I had told you no. You had IFP status, we're all aware of that, but I just can't send that to the Court of Appeals on your behalf. You, at that instant, then started questioning the same question so many times, over and over and over, to get the same answer, and every time I have given you the answer, you weren't happy with it. And then you start coming up with the constitutional rights, and you're telling me I had to do that for you because of your IFP status. And I explained to you, this is not in our court. I understand you have IFP status here in circuit court. But what they're asking you to do is send something to the Court of Appeals, which is not our court. And I have explained it to you, give you information you needed to proceed with it, and being argumentative and disruptive wasn't getting us anywhere.
I don't think that quote that you just said, you were upset from the start, or, you know, I was blown up from the start, completely reflects the situation. I just want to ask you if, I kind of want to just rephrase the question again because I didn't really get the answer I was asking. I wanted to know which part blew me up exactly, because it can't be both. And if I was blown up from the beginning, did it seem like I was just having a bad day? Like when I walked in?
Objection, Your Honor, I feel like that what caused her to, or him, her to disrupt has been.
Listen, Ms. Padilla, if there's discrepancy in Mr. Stockton's testimony, you can bring that to my attention, certainly during closing. But you've asked the same question now, and we've gotten that answer multiple times. So I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
Okay.
We need to move on to something.
Wait, for which one?
something
Because I
different.
think I actually asked two. For which question?
You've asked him multiple times at what point did I blow up, and he's answered that question multiple times now.
He said I was
So-
upset when I first came in, and I also asked him if I was upset when I initially came in. He said that I was, and I was just wanting to know. I did ask two, so which one are you sustaining?
So what's your question now? Was I upset the moment we first had a conversation at the very instant? Okay. To the extent that he hasn't answered that, go ahead.
Correct. When you first came in, no, you weren't argumentative or upset. You just legitimately had a question, and you wanted us to do something for you.
Oh, so when I came in, I wasn't arguing.
Oh,
I was, okay. I legitimately had a question for you, and I wasn't upset when I first came in, so that shows that.
Again, asking questions, not testifying. So, you have any more questions for Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, I would like to, about the last, before he said that I wasn't, and now I
Let's just, if you don't have any more questions, I want to ask Mr. Wheeler if he has any questions.
I do have one more, because
Go ahead. What's your questions for Mr. Stockton?
he's probably gonna object it, because he said no, but he just changed
I
his
can't
answer.
predict if he's going to object or not. You just have to ask the question and see what happens. So.
So since you said that I wasn't blown up from the beginning, which part of it made me blow up? Was it you saying that I couldn't send my mail out to Frankfurt, or was it my constitutional rights being violated?
I'm gonna object. As
Now, this question
accurately
he has
predicted.
answered multiple times.
But he said that he changed his answer just now. And that's,
Okay, well,
His
and
answer
that's
was
something that
with
you could point out during, closing, but he's answered your question as to what part of the conversation did you quote, blow up, which I'm going to interpret as to get very upset. So he's answered that multiple times now.
He said that it was because I was upset from the beginning, and then he just said I wasn't.
Well, and you can say that during your closing, say that he's not been consistent in his testimony, but as far as we're getting repetitive, we're asking the same questions over and over and over again, and there is a basis for objections and sustaining those objections.
Okay, I think I'm just worried, because I don't know if I'll remember all of this, because it's a lot. closing statement.
Okay.
I haven't,
Just,
I've prepared something, but it won't show everything that's happening in live action.
And Your Honor, I have
Just
a couple blank sheets of paper
con-
too, and she has a pen I can give her so she can jot down stuff,
sure,
you know.
please do.
I'll just try.
I just want to make sure that we've gotten all the questions involving Mr. Stockman, and it sounds like this singular conversation that he's here to testify about. So is there any other questions from Mr. Stockman? Is it Stockman? I'm sorry.
Man.
Stockman. Not Stockton, Stockman. Got it. Sorry.
Okay, I think that's it for my closing statement.
Okay.
Do I say for the record, do I say like?
So at this point, I'm gonna let Mr. Wheeler, since you're finished with your questions, is there any other questions from Mr.
I would
Stockman?
like to tie up a redirect real quick to
Okay.
bring
So,
it
yes.
back to, yes, please. Just to bring this back here. So, to make sure I understood correctly, the descriptions were disorderly, combative, disruptive, argumentative, inappropriate, off the rails.
Correct.
All right. Would you throw tumultuous in there?
I would.
Okay. And was your perception that that behavior was intended to cause you to change your answer to do what you wanted?
100%.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, now, just with regard to those questions he asked, that's the limit of the questions that you need to ask him. So do you have any cross-examine just to what window he Mr. Stockman just testified to?
Mhm. Okay, tumultuous means loud, chaotic, and disorderly. Shouting, physical
Objection, Your Honor.
communication.
She, I guess,
This is a question.
I think she's trying to, let her finish the question. She hasn't completed her question yet, and we'll talk about it, so go ahead.
Okay. Tumultuous means loud, chaotic, and disorderly. Think shouting, physical commotion, a scene that draws attention because of noise or violent adjacent behavior. It's the legal standard. So it actually requires, it's the legal standard that this actually requires. But it's not just annoying or asking questions someone didn't want to answer, but genuinely disruptive, agitated conduct.
okay, can I object? Was that?
I'm gonna sustain because I didn't hear a question in here.
One
so.
second, I didn't finish. The questions were here. I just need time to process it.
I'll go ahead and just preemptively, to the extent that she's reading into the record a definition.
I understand.
I need a second to
We're
process
just-
when I'm anxious.
I'm just waiting for a question here, so I'm not taking any evidence as to the definition.
Okay, here it is. Thank you. What specifically did I do that you'd call tumultuous? I guess chaotic, physical, exactly what, and that's why I was saying the definition, because it means chaotic, disorderly,
That,
shouting.
let's just
Yeah.
start with your question as to what did you do that was tumultuous? You can,
That you'd call tumultuous.
Your repeated behavior, your constant question, you're asking the same questions over and over and over again in hopes to get a different answer. So however way you were trying to do it was trying to intimidate me and bully me into getting the answers that you wanted. And because I'm not giving the answer you wanted and consistently with the same answer, you got more and more upset.
Kind of the same way I'm doing like right now, I'm like asking the same questions.
You asked so many questions on the same topic.
Is it kind of the same way that I'm doing right now? Like
Objection,
yes or
Your
no? Yes or
Honor.
no?
It's not relevant.
Yes, it is.
uh,
He can testify to the day in question.
Difficult situations.
I'm gonna sustain the objection just because this is a different, completely different environment. And that we're having a trial here, and it's your responsibility to ask questions versus we're kind of out in the service department of the
I was
court
in the
system.
court
So
That's not
I'll sustain the objection on that just because of sort of the nature of what we're doing today. This is your constitutional rights that are being, you have the right to cross-examine all your witnesses under, the United States amendments to secure cross-examination versus out in public, just, receiving services.
So,
It's not the same, is what I'm saying.
no, it's not the same. So I said, okay, I understand what you're saying. Well, can I?
Due to the environment.
Due to the environment, it's not the same. So,
Due to what we're doing today, yes.
due to what?
Due to this being a trial.
Due to this being a trial. What do you think was different about the environment that caused me to be so violent and tumultuous?
Objection.
Not the judge, I'm talking to him.
What does he think about, I don't even understand, could you just sustain the objection comparing the 2 days? So how could he then answer a question about what's different between today and the other day?
He sees me reacting to the difficult situation now, and it's apparently a completely different person in reality than it was that day, so that's what I'm asking. I can't ask him, the first question I asked him to find out if, I was acting the same way I am right now with this difficult situation. Adrenaline's the same regardless of what situation I'm in. I feel like it would be an important and relevant question for him to tell me exactly what he thinks was different from right now.
And the
Because
court
I
just
wouldn't have decided to be
admonished.
here just the same as you. I don't desire to be here. I don't desire to have stayed up all
Okay,
night.
we're running way across the field here. So on a question that was sustaining the objection to. So let me just see if I can get us back on track. Is your question to Mr. Stockman, is it involving, is this the same type of environment that existed on May the 4th? Is that your question, or what is your question?
The question is, what does he think is different?
I mean, because that was
Different
my
by the way
statement,
that,
not
like,
his, so.
Why did I react differently? Why am I reacting differently to the situation? Why? What is his opinion on why there's a different outcome? Why am I sitting here
Let me
treating
just,
this difficult situation different than I did that day? What happened that day? Was there not a judge?
Mr.
sitting there?
Stockman,
Anything?
let me just tell you this. He is going to be a fact witness, not an expert witness, and so if you ask for an opinion, he's not allowed to present that type of opinion testimony. So that's in our rules of evidence. So You can ask him what he observed, what happened, what your interactions were with him that day. To the extent that you're going to ask him what his opinion is, that would be a question that I would sustain objection to. I'm just trying to make sure that you understand. That's an evidentiary rule. So
Facts.
you can ask him what he perceives as the environment, what was different that day versus the way you're asking questions today. That would probably be a question that wouldn't,
More fact-based.
yes.
Okay, so what is factual about the environment that's different today, even though this difficult environment for me? What's factually different between this environment and the one that we were in downstairs, and the situation for me being here in court operating with a judge to me operating with someone else, that is, I guess I'm asking questions to I'm still asking questions to you today. So what's the difference factually within that environment?
But you're more argumentative and factual that you were right. And not listening to what we have to say procedurally to help you get on the right track, to help you, and every answer that we gave you was not acceptable for you. And you kept demanding, this is what we have to do for you.
Okay. What's factually different between I just asked you about the environment. So what would you say that right now I'm handling not knowing things, or maturely responding to a difficult situation where I might make mistakes or things are wrong?
Objection, Your Honor.
Fairly?
Asking the witness to characterize her behavior in court today has literally zero to do
It has a follow-up question.
There's
with his behavior or
I
her
think
behavior that
it's,
day.
yeah, it's irrelevant for a few reasons. And as to your conduct now versus on the date in question, so I'll sustain that objection. We're just talking about what happened on May 4th.
Yeah, Your Honor, I just feel like it would bring clarity, because asking him that would reflect that,
I don't know what his answer, it would not, his answer is not going to provide me with any sort of
knowledge that you don't have.
any sort of information that's going to help me make a determination as to the question that needs to be resolved, which was whether you are guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of disorderly conduct, second criminal trespassing on May 4th. So for that reason, his answer is not going to be relevant.
Okay. Did I make, was I shouting?
You were loud.
Okay. Like how loud?
Raised voice.
Raised voice, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one?
There's a partition between us, and you have to speak louder.
I can do it again for you.
I
1,
can't.
2, 3,
Objection,
4.
Your Honor.
No, I'll let him answer that. So
I'll do it again for you. 1, 2, 3,
Probably
4.
3. Yeah.
3.
Solid 3. Yeah.
Okay. Did I make physical contact with you or anyone else?
It was impossible.
Did I throw anything, damage anything, or threaten anyone?
Nope.
Did I bang on the glass or toss anything before the sheriff's arrived?
Not that I recall.
And you told the sergeant she's gotta go, as well as, her questions have already been answered, correct? Cause I have a follow-up.
Your Honor, if I could, I believe the court admonished that all of these redirects were supposed to be, or recrosses were supposed to be in the constraint of my one question.
You had more than one question, but within
No,
the scope of your,
the scope.
redirect. So, I'm not sure what your question was. You said you have a follow-up because something along the lines of other testimony. So what question are you asking Mr. Stockman right now?
Well, I was asking him in full. You told the sergeant she's gotta go, her questions have already been answered. That's what I accurately see as of the clarity from the video. And I was gonna also ask him, I'm also asking if my behavior was tumultuous, why didn't you describe what I was doing when he asked what the deal was? But I was just trying to clarify that that's exactly what he said.
I never had any really conversations with the sheriffs. We stayed out of it.
Oh,
Me
you
and my
did say that.
employees, we stayed out of it. We let them conduct their business on their own.
Oh, you did say that. So you didn't have any contact with the sheriffs at all when they came down after the Pentagon?
If they had asked me what was going on, I either said she has got to go or she was asked to go. That was the only thing and only conversations I had with the sheriff's office.
What was the thing you said before she has got to go?
She's asked to go or she's got to go.
She's been asked to go or she's got to go, okay.
Mhm.
I think that you said that you did speak to the sheriffs before, but if my behavior was tumultuous, why didn't you describe what I was doing when he asked what the deal was at the door?
They
Because
didn't
the
ask me
video
about your
shows you
behavior.
actually, the video shows you guys making contact. Even though it was only 10 seconds, I remember you were there, and it shows you outside the door.
Okay,
Making contact with you.
again, you're testifying, so there wasn't a question in there.
Yeah,
So ask
before
him,
that.
if you had any questions to ask him.
Okay, yeah. If my behavior was tumultuous, why didn't you describe what I was doing when he asked what the deal was?
I don't think they even really asked me in detail they didn't really come to us and ask us anything. And you were speaking for yourself. You were out there and you were telling them, so they didn't ask us.
Do they ever ask you? You said you've hit it 5 times within 28 years.
Objection, Your Honor. He
I'm
has
gonna
answered.
sustain the objection because I don't think it's relevant as to what happened in other occasions. We're just talking about what happened in your occasion, so.
Okay. So they didn't ask. But the sheriff, that's testifying. Okay. So I guess the bottom of this question is, you didn't tell the sheriffs anything about me being tumultuous or any type of behavior. You didn't relay any message besides what you said just now. That's it.
Correct. I don't recall any other conversation with the sheriff's office other than I said she's got to go or I asked her to go.
Okay. Isn't it true that 2 days later on camera, the only word you used to describe my behavior was upset, not tumultuous, not violent, not
Objection,
disorderly,
Your
just
Honor.
upset?
You've already ruled that the 2 days later, or at least my recollection is not relevant to on the day in question what her behavior was.
I overruled the objection to the extent that he commented about her behaviors on the day in question. So to the extent that she came back and he may have said something about what happened 2 days prior, I will overrule that objection. Is that what you're asking?
Yes,
Okay, so,
thank you.
well, you can rephrase the question for Mr. Stockman because I've already forgotten it, so.
Okay. Isn't it true that 2 days later on camera, the only word you used to describe my behavior was upset, not tumultuous, not violent, not disorderly or shouting, just upset, like
Yes,
You
you
got
are
upset.
upset and combative and argumentative, all of the above.
Did you say combative and argumentative, all the above?
I don't recall.
Okay. That's it.
Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Stockman. You may step down. Before you take, you're excused, sir. I was going to talk to Mr. Wheeler and Ms. Medillo. Can we take let's take a 5-10 minute break, is that okay?
Yes,
Before your
please.
next witness. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back in like a quarter till, okay? All right, I just need to take a break. You have one more witness, is that right, Mr.? Yeah, let's go back on the record. Ms. Medilla, are you gonna recall Mr. Stockman in rebuttal?
Did they intend to?
No, I guess, are you gonna call him in your testimony, I should say, in your defense, Mr. Stockman?
Possibly.
I'll go ahead and, there's a rule, let's make sure that there's a rule that says invoking the rule, which means that witnesses cannot sit in the courtroom if they're potentially going to be called. So should we excuse Mr. Stockman from the courtroom due to the fact that you may call him again?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you to step outside, sir. So thank you. Who's your next witness?
Sergeant East.
East.
Sergeant Meeks.
Thank you for your patience.
Sir, if you would come up close to the bench here to be sworn. Swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat, please. Mr. Wheeler.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on, just let me get this ready first. Okay.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Can you start by telling the court your name, place of employment, and job title for the record?
Sergeant Casey Meeks, I'm with the Fayette County Sheriff's Office. Been a sergeant somewhere around 3-4 years, I can't remember what, but I've been employed about 15 years now.
Okay. And for the clerk, can you spell your last name?
Niecce.
All right. So you said you've worked with the Sheriff's Department in totality around 15 years?
Correct.
All right. And can you give me just a rough ballpark estimate about how many times you've had to physically escort someone out of the courthouse?
In 15 years, as far as escorting them out of the courthouse, it's not happened. Have I had to escort people within the courtroom into the holdover? Yes.
Okay. But actually, as far as, and I'll say air quotes, forcibly removing them from the courthouse,
Correct.
it hasn't happened, that you've been involved with? Okay. Would you say it's fair that you tolerate a large variety of behaviors as a member, as a deputy with the public?
Almost daily.
Okay. And would you also say that as a part of your duties, that not showing up to a courtroom, if that's what you're assigned to, would be unacceptable?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have to, whenever the judge is ready to start, we've got to get a room open.
You gotta be there.
Yeah.
And let's jump to the day in question. So start with, what were you doing when you were called out to the clerks?
So I'd actually just gotten back from picking up my lunch. I was starting my lunch break. I'd sit down. I got about maybe a bite or two in. I think I was eating sliders that day, I'm pretty sure. And had a dispatch call go out, panic alarm for needing assistance in the records/appeals area. I'm not sure what they actually termed that area. But that is in the circuit court building on the basement floor. So, heard that go off, got up out of my seat, started walking out. About that time, I seen Deputy Cruz. We both arrived at the elevator, got on the elevator and went down together. Once I got down to the basement area, the elevator pretty much opens up right off of the records area there. And when I first come out, look over, I see a subject up in the window of that particular area. And then as I'm walking out further into that space, door opens up, and the clerk, I didn't know his name at first, but I knew of him. I now know him as a Jay, I think. He was the first gentleman that was coming out here. And he opens up the door, and he's kind of hiding behind the door and says, I've asked her to leave. I've told her that we can't help her any further. We've done everything that we can do to help her, and that she refuses to leave, and that if she wasn't going to leave, that I was going to have to call for a sheriff to escort her out. And so at that point, obviously I can see that he's had some kind of issue go on where he is not necessarily wanting to come out. And so I turned my attention to the subject in the window that he was referring to, which is the subject that's sitting over here, wearing the orange vest, and didn't know her name at the time, but told her, I said, they have said that you caused a disruption down here, that they want you to leave, that they can't do anything for you, and immediately went into kind of a defiance. Refused to leave, asked multiple times, didn't matter. The mind had already been made up. She was not going to leave, in her opinion. Told her that if she continued to refuse, that we would have to walk her out or she could be arrested. And that didn't change anything. She still continued to refuse. Finally, after trying many attempts, I looked at Deputy Cruz and told him, kind of gave him a sign to kind of come over and help me. He followed basically my steps, because he's fairly new, and got in what's called an escort position, which is one hand on the wrist, one hand up on the elbow. That's if they're not in cuffs, but if you do a cuffed one, their hands will be behind the back, one hand on the hand and one hand on the elbow. So it's two different variations of that, and that is basically a way of trying to ensure during the process of this with somebody who is agitated like that, that not only can't we get injured, or they can't possibly injure somebody else if it was to rise to that level, or even hurt themselves. So that's the meaning behind getting an escort position, to walk somebody
And
out.
to be clear, this was only after trying to just see if she voluntarily would leave.
Oh, multiple times. I mean, I really don't even know if I could count how many times I had to ask. At the very least, probably 10.
So what I'd like to do here is introduce as Exhibit 1 after I have you authenticate this. I'm going to play a brief clip. I'm going to ask you if it's a true and accurate depiction of the events that occurred that day from the body camera. And then I'm going to play about 4 or 5 minutes of it, which just, I think it's easier that way for the court to see entirely, so there's no questions as to who said what when. So is this, I'll play a few seconds. All right, so is that a true and accurate depiction of the events as they were captured that day that you recall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you recognize this as your body camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. So if you'll just watch, I might stop it a couple times, just have you sort of explain what's going on in your all's position. But there's no sound, of course, for the first 30 or so seconds. Do you all have any sound on your end? Or is it a little longer?
Behind me, that's an
As I'm telling you,
Sorry, it's weird the way the audio works on this.
okay,
refuse to leave. Do you have
You
your
gotta
dash
go.
camera on?
yep, just do.
Is there
Yep.
a camera on in here?
Alright, so you've been asked to leave, so you'll have to
Is
leave
there
for
any
the,
cameras around here, like actually?
there's
down-
cameras around this place. I don't know where they're all at.
In here.
I don't know where they're all at, but you've been asked to leave, so you'll have to go today. Might be able to try back later, but you gotta go today.
I wasn't able to finish what I was doing.
He said he done gave you your
This is
answers.
not public.
You're
or
gonna
public-
have to come back
this
later
is not
date.
Public property,
Did I say that you can come back or not?
but why do I have to?
You have
leave
to come
this
back today,
courthouse? This is the courthouse.
because today is the date. You had an incident, they asked you to leave. Okay, let's go.
I was asking a question.
I'm gonna walk you out of here, okay?
You're gonna walk me out of here?
Yes,
This
let's
is
go.
public property. How are you gonna walk me out of here?
Let's go.
Did you hear what I
Grab
said?
your
Why are you
bag.
getting behind me? That's an
Because
issue.
I'm telling you, we're gonna go
No,
this
I need
way.
personal space. Is this not public property?
We're gonna go this way, they asked you
You're
to
not
leave,
answering my question.
and
I
I'm
asked
asking you to leave.
Is this public property?
Please,
I
listen
asked
to
you a
what I'm
question,
saying.
You're not answering my question, and you're not
And we're
giving me
gonna
personal
leave.
space. I'm gonna need you
Open
to
the
get
door.
out from me. Yeah, like, walk
All right.
away from me. I need my personal
Grab you.
space. The question
Well,
is.
you can walk.
No, because I didn't ask you a question. I never refused to leave, and I never.
You did just refuse to leave.
No, I didn't. I asked you a question, and you're failing to respond.
You're going to leave.
You're failing to respond to my question. I asked you a question. I can ask.
Okay, so let me ask a couple questions about what's going on right here. So, when you first arrived, were you intending to immediately arrest her?
No, because I'm coming down there just knowing that there's a issue going on based on the response call. When we get down there from the panic alarm, that's when I'm told that by the, I guess it's a clerk, I guess is what it would be, that he'd been given everything that they had needed, that he couldn't give him any more, and that the subject refuses to leave and he wanted him removed, and that he said he had also told him that we were going to contact the sheriff. It was kind of a brief talk, but it was straightforward.
So, how would you characterize the behavior at this point?
Defiant, arms crossed, as you can tell, kind of in a plant. I mean, it's easy to tell with the video there, in a plant position and not wanting to follow any directives, no matter what our directives were.
Would you say disruptive?
Disruptive is because the clerks cannot get their work done if they've got somebody in the window, blocking the window, constantly trying to talk to them whenever they have already been, according to the clerks, helped past what they can do. It causes disruption for that. You've got a custodian, looks there in the back, they work with the company Meridian. She's obviously stuck in her situation back there, disrupting her job. It's just, it kind of, when you start something like that, it kind of causes a domino effect of disruption.
Okay, so let's watch a little bit more.
As we
Now,
walk.
I said, is this public property?
Yeah, it's public
Okay,
property,
so
but
why
when
are
you
trying to
cause
force
a
it to be- I'm
disruption
not causing a
that they
disruption.
have said that you
No, I
need to
asked a
leave,
simple question.
you got
You
to
failed
leave.
answer.
So, let me do a follow-up right there. Do you have the authority if someone's being disorderly to ask them to leave the courthouse?
Yes, even in a public building, it's a KRS 525.
Hold on. You can, what's the objection?
Authority without anything broad, you're not saying exactly like, be for real. Just authority, like you have immunity authority over everything. You have to be more specific.
He just cited, what was the statute?
KRS 525.060.
Okay, so that's the statute that he's saying that he has the authority to give lawful commands. So are you objecting to the question or his answer or
The
what?
command, what statute was he talking about?
He's talking about, was it KRS
That's the
525.020?
It's the disorderly conduct section.
Disorderly conduct hasn't even happened here yet. We're not
Okay.
even at the disorderly conduct part. That was fabricated.
I'm gonna, to the extent you are objecting, I'm gonna overrule the objection, because he's allowed to provide some direct testimony about, you know, where his authority comes to make a lawful arrest.
And,
If
Your
he's
What about
saying it's
trespassing
lawful.
though? Because
Huh?
he's making it look like it's trespassing, because this is the only part, they're trying to make this is only when trespassing was introduced.
Are you objecting to the video being played?
His presentation of the video, he's trying to present the disorderly conduct that hasn't even appeared yet as if it was trespassing, when trespassing is only what's going on right now. Trespassing, he doesn't have the authority to issue a trespass.
You're gonna get a
without-
chance to argue at the end why your conduct,
The question
you
is-
don't think that they've met their burden of proving you're guilty unreasonable doubt of trespass. I don't think that there was anything improper or objectionable about the question that was asked of the sergeant and his response as to where he perceives he has the authority to make arrests or to say someone should be removed from what was public property. So,
Is it appropriate
and
to ask-
you can make a legal argument at the end, but I haven't heard anything that was objectable. So
Yes.
I'm going to overrule your objection to the extent that was.
Is it appropriate to ask that he make fair, like if he's playing the video as he's doing it, that he does it with, you know, clarity, like, cause right now when he asks a question, I'm saying it's mismatched in the situation. Like if he's asking about authority, do you have authority in this moment that you're playing? Because he's
I
making it sound like over
think
the top
that's
situation.
appropriate. I think he can, and you can take him back through to the extent that you can use Mr. Wheeler's video here to walk him back
I have my own
through the
video.
video. Okay, so you can walk him back through this video and ask him questions at particular times. I don't think there's anything, you know, inappropriate about that or objectionable about that. So to the extent there was an objection, I'm going to overrule it. Go ahead, Mr. Wheeler.
Okay, so to clarify, the statute you're referring to is the disorderly conduct second statute, correct? Okay, and based on your decision to request her to leave, was that based on your observation or what the clerks reported or both?
So what the clerks were reporting, because they are in a place of business and they cannot conduct their work if somebody is constantly inhibiting their ability to do their job.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a disruption.
Okay, and when you approach about that disruption and then you request that she leave, how would you describe her response to that request?
Say that one more time, I think.
How would you describe her response to your approach and request that she voluntarily leave?
She did not do it. It was flat and blunt that she did not do it.
Not cooperative.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's finish this. And just to recall, you said at this point still you are not set on arresting her for anything.
No, my goal was to hopefully rectify things where we could all walk away and have a good day, but it went further.
But you, regardless of, you were hoping to peaceably resolve it, if I'm going to characterize the test.
Yes,
Okay.
100%.
But even though that's being said, you also have described that she was disorderly, in fact.
Correct.
Okay.
And he was going around, and before my
On
question was answered,
22.
that's when
I'm
he-
10-4 right now. I'm speaking to this subject. She's been asked to leave, and we're just trying to get her to move on.
You keep trying to force me to leave.
Yeah.
You need to answer the question.
I just told you that it is a public place. Yes.
I don't have to leave.
But you
This
can
is
still
not
get kicked
trespassing.
out of a public place. If you cause a disruption, you can get
Well,
kicked
okay,
out of a
what's your
public place.
means? What's your means?
They asked you to leave.
What did I do?
They asked you to
What did I
leave.
do?
This is their area
What
here.
did I do for
You've
y'all
been
to be
asked
escorting
to
me off the
leave.
property? That's an issue.
Then you can take your issue
Y'all
up
got
with
to-
somebody
no, I'm
else.
not taking it nowhere. We're going to take it here because you started it here. We're
No,
going based off of just, okay,
I'm
he started it, he's
responding
part of it, you're
to
part
a
of it too.
request.
They're trying to tell me to leave.
You're
without
going to
reason.
have to leave.
For what reason?
Cause I told you, they said that you need to leave because you caused a disruption. They gave
What
you your
disruption?
answer.
What disruption? No, they
They
didn't.
said they gave you
No,
your
I came down
answer.
for an answer and I didn't get one. He
Okay.
got upset and just blew up because he don't have the capacity.
Okay.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. Is at the first point when you have requested based on your testimony that she was behaving disorderly, to leave, at that point, has the trespass occurred?
So the way trespassing works is so in this situation, you could use this, or you could use, even a similar situation of somebody like at a gas station or something like that. Only difference is this right here is considered a public building because it's a courthouse area. And again, that was the reason at first I was trying to say, hey, disorder happened today, but you want to come back later when everything's calmed down, you can come do your work. But the problem came into play where it just was not setting in that the person could leave on their own will without us getting involved and intervening.
So let me rephrase if I can.
Yeah.
So at first it was a request that she voluntarily leave, which of course
Correct.
would not be a trespass. At the point where you commanded her to leave and she refused, does that cross the threshold to trespass at that point?
Yes, because it come from not only the witness in this case, the clerk, then it came up to a request from the authority to have her removed, and then the request from myself as the person responding still was denied.
Okay.
Hey, you're saying that, but they're saying something different.
And y'all-
So I'm asking you to leave. You can
That's
come
a
back on a
resolution.
different date.
No, I don't. I have business here today. Multiple court cases that I have today. So you're not.
What court do you have today?
I have plenty of stuff today, so you can't just put me up out of the courthouse.
What
This
court
is-
do you have today?
That's none of your business, sir. But what I'm saying is this is public property, and you
Uh-huh.
can't just put
I
me off
can.
of here.
When there's a disruption,
What disruption?
a disruption
I
that
can't
they
even ask him
said.
what the disruption is, because he slammed the door open when you came down here. You didn't even wonder why he was. Did I
Okay.
seem like somebody that was unregulated? No, you need to ask
Listen,
him
we're
what I
gonna
did.
walk you out.
Ask him what I did.
And at this point, is this causing a disruption in that area?
It is. She's blocking the window, and as of right now, if somebody was to come down there, you're probably going to have somebody not only not be able to get to a window, but you're going to have somebody who is actually going to be inhibited because we're going to have to keep people at a distance in order to do our job. So
Okay.
Okay. Cruz,
You're supposed to be inspecting the issue before you.
we're gonna walk her out.
Walk me out.
Yes.
Don't put your hands on me.
Come on.
Do not touch me.
Please
Do
walk.
not touch me. Get
Please
away.
walk.
Get your hands off me.
Please walk.
Do not touch me. Why are you touching me?
Ma'am.
Get your hands off of me.
Okay.
This is public
Do
property.
you want your bag? You can grab your bag.
So y'all are touching me.
You
Am
can
I
grab
being
your bag.
detained? Why are y'all touching me?
You
Get
can
your
grab
hands
your
off
bag.
of me. No, stop touching me.
Now we're gonna go.
That's my
This
stuff.
way. What stuff? This?
Right there, yes. Get your hands off of me.
Yeah, you're
Do
more
not
than
touch
welcome to take your stuff. Go
me. No,
ahead.
stop touching me.
I can give your papers to you then. Here. Let's go.
Get your
Around.
hands. No, cause y'all.
And at this point, she's been trespassed, told to leave, and would you say she's not being cooperative?
correct.
Okay.
Somebody just touched me and
Okay.
violated me. I'm not done with what I was doing in here. Why do y'all have y'all's hands on me? Get your
Come on.
hands off of me.
Just,
Get your hands off of me. Am I being detained right now?
you're not going to jail.
No, okay, then why are
You're
y'all
just
got
being
y'all's hands on
removed.
me? No. Being removed for what? I have stuff to do in here. Get y'all's hands off of me. Let loose of me.
Come on now.
Why are y'all doing this
Let's
right
go.
now? You didn't even ask him what I did. I didn't do shit wrong. For y'all to be putting y'all's hands on me. This shit right here is mistreatment.
She's
Stop
good.
fucking listening. Get the fuck out the elevator.
122.
She's good. No, I have shit to do in here. No, because if y'all are going to detain me, detain me. Get off of me. That's
Bit
my
nice.
shit.
Then
So, can you explain what just happened right there?
So at first she was trying to walk back out of the elevator, wasn't going to allow her to go back into that space. That was obviously the space of contention anyway. And as the elevator was trying to close, she then threw her paperwork. I can only assume it was an attempt to try to hesitate the situation. I decided to go ahead and we'd head on out and we could worry about the papers afterwards.
Okay. At this point, would you testified that you were responding to a reported disorder from the clerks, correct?
Correct.
At this point, would you consider this a second disorder?
It would be a second disorder.
Okay.
Y'all can't leave my shit here.
Be advised,
Yeah,
she
it's gonna be an
is
issue.
being disruptive, does not
I am
believe.
now because you're fucking
We're having
trying to
to
move me off
walk
the
her
fucking
out of here.
property. Y'all cannot just move me. Get my shit. Get my stuff.
No. Let's go.
Get my stuff.
Come
Why
on.
are y'all putting y'all's hands on me?
You're going off the property.
Off of the property for what? Y'all cannot just force me off the fucking property. What did I
Listen.
do wrong?
If-
What did
listen,
I do wrong? I was doing nothing but fucking asking for
Come
shit.
on.
And can you describe her volume here?
Got elevated definitely there. Went past just raising your voice into the yelling, which also created like an echo and throughout the courthouse.
Would you consider that disruptive?
Definitely.
No, y'all just want to put y'all's fucking hands on me. Get your hands off of me. I wasn't doing nothing fucking wrong.
You're about to get pushed
Get your hands off of me.
You're about to
For
face
what?
under arrest for
For
disorderly
what?
conduct.
Disorderly conduct. I didn't do shit
Disorderly
wrong.
conduct, yes.
No. Is there cameras downstairs?
Yes, there is.
No, there's not. I didn't see any cameras. All I was
go.
doing was asking questions.
It's okay.
Let's go.
Just step
No,
out. You
because
can
why
go.
are they putting their fucking hands on me? I should have been arrested if I did something wrong.
All right.
No, you're not good. Neither one of y'all are fucking good.
Now listen.
No, get the fuck off of me.
No.
Let loose of me.
Listen. Listen.
Give me my fucking
Listen.
shoe
Listen.
and get my fucking paper.
There's your shoe. Now listen, I'm gonna go get your
My
papers.
fucking ass. Leave me the fuck alone.
Okay, I'm gonna go get your papers.
What's your name? Katie?
Yes.
And at this point, you still have not arrested. You still have not cited. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Even though, per your testimony, it is clear there was already 2 disorders and a trespass, you're still attempting to just, how would you describe it? Just let her go?
Yeah, I mean, my hope was to be able to resolve it without having to get charges involved.
Okay.
I mean, that, you know, in the end of the day, I mean, that's what we do is we try to not have to go to that situation, but sometimes you have to.
Okay. And so far, to make sure we're understanding, you described it as disorderly. I think you said combative and disruptive. Would you say inappropriate?
Well, definitely.
The behavior?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's taking lots of resources, and like the resources that you see are showing up, I didn't even have to request those. It was the people who work our cameras that are actually noticing
What's
that
wrong?
this disruption's going on, and just through them viewing, because I tried to let them know that I was going to try to do this basically in a manner that wouldn't kind of lead to this by just saying, hey, I'm 10-4. But they kept eyes on me, and it was them who automatically got people heading to us to help us out, and that's when these people, the other deputies, began to show up.
So your testimony is that it was a big enough disruption, a big enough disorder that dispatch
Correct.
felt compelled to send more deputies and pull them from where they were at to assist the situation.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go grab your
Go
papers,
get my fucking paper. Stop talking to me.
but you need to take care of this on a
Go
different
get
day.
my fucking paper. Stop talking to me.
All right, we'll get your paper.
You will hear from me.
You get them? All right. It can be done a lot
You're
easier.
the next fucking one.
I understand. One 22.
Can you describe real quick what you're waiting on here?
So when she slung her papers, obviously they went kind of all over the area down there, and we left them behind. She wanted to grab her papers. Hopefully that if we get her papers, maybe we can get her to move along. So Deputy Cruz said he could go get them, so I went ahead and sent him on down,
Okay.
take care of that. They stood by, and that's what we were doing, was
Wait
getting
for
her
that.
papers,
Okay.
but still.
So would you say that her throwing the papers further prolonged the time it is taking to resolve this entire matter?
Definitely.
Okay.
We've been able to get her outside. We're gonna go get her paperwork that she threw down. And then we'll hopefully have her on her way.
Y'all just escorted me off of public property where I have fucking means to be. I didn't do shit wrong, so y'all just violated my motherfucking civil rights. I'm just gonna let you know that now.
Whatever you say, it's up to your opinion. My
It's
opinion
not an
is
opinion,
they
it's
was a
fucking fact.
complaint,
It's fact. This is
and they
public
said they
property.
gave you your
I didn't do
answer,
shit. They didn't give me an answer. He was
and they
dancing
said that
around.
they
No.
asked you to
They
leave,
didn't give
and
me an
you
answer, and
refused
it
to
wasn't
leave.
like I was being a disruption. I never yelled and I didn't say
But they asked
anything
you to
to
leave
you.
and you leave. okay?
They didn't ask me to leave, so the cameras will show that. He busted out and just fucking had an attitude and blew up. And that's gonna show that if y'all have fucking cameras down there. There's not any cameras downstairs, is there?
Well, if you have a complaint.
Is there cameras downstairs?
Listen, if you have a complaint.
Are there cameras downstairs?
If you,
Would you classify this as yelling as well?
Yes.
Okay.
just keep it down. I can tell
No,
you
there's
what
not. I've asked it multiple fucking times.
All right, you
Y'all
have an
know there is.
option here. You have an option here, and I can tell
Is
you.
there cameras downstairs? That's
And would you classify this as appropriate or inappropriate behavior for the courthouse?
Inappropriate behavior.
Okay.
Draws attention everywhere.
Okay. And you would consider this still disorderly at this point?
Correct.
the only fucking reason they
Listen.
think they can get away with that shit.
You have an option.
You think it's funny?
And your option
You smirking
is
and shit like it's funny? That shit's not
you
fucking
can file a
funny.
complaint with
You
his
think it's
boss.
funny?
Just come back another
funny?
day and file a complaint.
You think it's funny?
All right, let's
Laugh.
go.
You wanna laugh because I see you fucking smirking?
Let's go, guys.
It's funny. You think that's funny? You think that's funny?
Hey, we're
People
done.
downstairs,
Let's
they
go.
Hold up,
We're done.
I got a question. Is there cameras downstairs?
Yeah,
So right there she was.
I didn't
Cameras
see
all
it. Did
throughout
you
the
see it?
building.
Another
When I-
opportunity to leave, but then decided to direct her attention to the Deputy Baker.
Okay, so at this point, still,
It's still,
you're still attempting to let this be resolved peaceably.
yeah, I tried to kind of squash it, but it
Right.
wasn't working.
Right.
Ashley, did you see any cameras downstairs?
Hey,
Cameras
you've
off
got your
the building.
papers and stuff now,
Did you
okay,
see
so we're
cameras
finished.
downstairs? Did you see cameras?
Move on.
No, I'm not moving on because
Hey,
it's
look.
a fucking issue. Y'all put y'all's hands on me, y'all stripped me and ripped me out of the fucking courthouse.
Okay,
You
they
did
told-
take
they
me at
asked
my
you-
fucking free
If
will.
they asked you to leave, okay, and you didn't
They
leave.
didn't ask me to leave.
Okay.
And at this point now, would you say multiple deputies have requested she leave?
Correct, and then that one right there, that just showed up and started speaking,
Mhm.
that's Lieutenant Ritchie.
Mm-hmm.
So he is
Also,
basically ranking above me.
okay. And how do you describe her behavior at this point?
Still defiant, doesn't want to listen, been asked by Lieutenant Ritchie to leave the premises as well.
Okay. Is this taking place, I can't tell 100% from now, but in front of the courtroom doors,
So it's right outside the
entrance?
courtroom doors, but still in the courtroom area of the breezeway.
So if somebody, a member of the public, were attempting to enter, would this have caused a disruption
And it would block the doors.
and it would block? Okay.
Well, I'm telling you right now that it's over with, you've got your papers, okay, the last time you were here is when you were trying to take the zip drive and stuff, and all
No,
the
and
evidence stuff,
that's
yes?
gonna that's
'Cause I
gonna
dealt
show.
with you the
You're
last
trying
time.
to mischaracterize me.
No, I'm not.
It's gonna show on the camera that I
Okay.
wasn't doing that.
Good, okay, you got your stuff, it's time to leave.
So,
I can strike that part.
it's
Don't.
too late.
we-
It's already on camera. It's already in case. So you introduced it, not me.
If she wants to have the other deputy come in and testify to her character in regard to the prior incident, the county won't have an objection. We just request that he be allowed to work out the schedule to pull him. Or the Commonwealth can withdraw that part and request the court not consider it in
Okay.
educating this
So,
case.
with regard to the incident occurred before, are you asking me not to consider
Yes,
that?
the Commonwealth has
Okay,
requested
so-
you do not consider that.
All right, I am, just note that there is an objection made, it's weird, because I'm the trier of fact as well. With regard to your current case, I'm gonna, impose a stipulation that I will not take into account any sort of previous incident involving any sort of zip drive. That's not gonna be something that I weigh as far as my calculations and when I try, determine the facts in this case, okay?
It's
So-
important though, because
No, I understand, that it was played you know,
Yes,
I'm just telling you
Commonwealth
that
error.
if I were in front of a jury, we would instruct the jury not to pay any attention to the jury, to that situation, to not use it as any sort of evidence of your guilt, and that's exactly what I'm telling you that I'm gonna do using, you know, since I'm the single trier of fact in this case, okay? So
Yes,
it's
sir.
not gonna come into play as far as my considerations.
The only reason I said that is because you can't really ignore the next part.
I'm not,
Okay, so you're gonna
I
skip ahead,
will.
okay.
the video, unless you wanted to play more of it, I'm gonna stop
But
there.
I have my own video.
Okay, that's, yeah. So, in summary, I believe that you were not the arresting officer, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, can you explain what proceeded? I don't wanna play the next 16 minutes of this. What happens after what we're seeing here?
So the portion with Lieutenant Ritchie was him doing kind of the same, trying to tell the subject that they needed to leave. If they did not leave, they could be arrested. She continued to not follow the directive to be able to leave. Then eventually Captain Harrington arrives. He gets there, starts trying to tell the subject to leave as well. Multiple times on that. Kept on denying the ability to be able to leave. Was told that if it didn't leave, that it should be arrested. And still didn't leave. He finally gave I would say kind of almost like a final ultimatum. You can either leave now or we can arrest you. And that left to her basically shutting off and going with an arrest over walking away.
Okay, so my final question is, did this have to end up this way?
No, compliance with the beginning order, she could have came back the next day when everything calmed down and conducted her business.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, now it's your turn to ask Sergeant some questions. Go ahead, Ms. Padilla.
Do you want to play
Please.
the rest of the video? Or can
So,
I since it's
Enter whatever I have. If you want to, if you have any portion you want me to play, I'm happy to play it for you. Do you want me to play the rest of the video for you?
Did you,
So I stopped at 9 minutes and 44 seconds.
because I know your strategy, so did you cut any of this body cam, this axon?
No, this is the full, well,
Well,
to be
I
clear,
have
the
it.
full video, I'm not playing the full video. I only played the first 9 minutes and 44 seconds. But if you would like, I'm happy to play whatever portion of this if you want me to play the rest of the video, I'm happy to do it. So the court can see. I'll defer to whatever you want me to play, I'll play.
Yeah, let me just play my own. Well, actually, Your Honor, can I just play my video lastly, like after we do the testimonies? And like,
Okay,
read
I
it
mean,
off
you
to
can,
present it
whichever
to
way you want to go about it, you want to ask them questions, go ahead. And then play the video later, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what I'd rather do. Okay.
You haven't made this an exhibit, have you?
I thought I did. If not, for housekeeping, we would motion that the court enter into evidence the first 9 minutes and 35 seconds of the body camera from Sergeant
Okay.
Lee's.
Any objection to admission of the body cam up until 9:35 mark?
No, 9.
Okay, all right, so that's Commonwealth Exhibit number 1. Okay.
Is it important that I submit anything right now before any deadlines or anything?
It's completely up to you. Right now, though, that's the last thing. You have no other questions for Sergeant Neese, right? So it's your turn, Ms. Medulla, to ask Sergeant Neese some questions.
Okay. In 15 years, is the only time you had to physically is this the only time you ever had to physically remove someone from the courthouse?
Yes, as far as I can remember, and I actually answered that earlier.
Okay. What made this specific encounter different from every other disagreement or question you responded to in that time?
Because this was a situation where a witness being downstairs have made the request for you to leave. I haven't had anybody so far have to ask me to remove somebody from here. And a lot of the arrests and stuff that I do make, a lot of times we'll go to the court. We don't, it's either warrant or somebody gets out of hand in court. And a lot of times they'll either get put into holdover through means of us getting them for something disorderly there, or a judge may remand them based on their behavior. So it's different from the other incidents that I deal with normally.
You testified you did everything to help me. Can you specify what those actions were before any physical contact was made?
Asking you to leave multiple times on your own will.
But what did you do to help me? Like what
Try to
situation?
guide you and
besides-
point you in the right direction where the elevator was. Try to give you as many options as I could to get out there.
You define help with direction, like, so, like you basically just answered if I was to ask you, what did you do to direct me, or what did you do to, you know, point me in a direction, basically order me. I didn't ask you that. I asked, what did you do to help me? Like, did you understand the situation fully to even be able to help me?
By directing you to where you wanted to go, I opened up a roadmap for you to walk out and not have to deal with the charge.
You were ordering me to leave, and that was enough, correct?
We asked you to leave, you did not leave. Then we eventually made it to where we had to tell you to leave. You're still not leaving. And then we had to physically escort you out of the building, which we still was hopefully going to be able to resolve. Was not able to resolve, which led to an arrest.
Okay, so, yeah, that was enough. You didn't have to do any other things. You telling someone to leave was enough in that situation by that point, and not this point. But
Telling
the point
somebody
of
to
the-
leave should have been enough.
Okay. Before acting, did you ask me any questions about what had actually happened?
No. My questions, my response comes from the employees requesting that you be removed because you are now disrupting their jobs.
The employees only.
Yeah, there was nobody around except for the janitorial person, which couldn't get to her position either,
And
as you can
my
tell.
word doesn't matter as the person that you are supposed to be investigating against?
You were instructed that if you left, and it was in the video, that you could come back another time when you were not in a disorderly manner, which was what happened that day, May 4th.
Okay. How
And
impor-
you could have come back to deal with that situation later on if there was anything to be dealt with.
How important do you think it is to get the side of the citizens' story, like to investigate both sides? Like, because when you're like, is it completely unimportant to hear the person's, like, side of the story whenever you're investigating any type of dispute between two citizens? Because there's no different. One isn't a god or anything. There's two citizens in a dispute, apparently. I had, in this video, I had no idea what was going on, so at this point, or what the dispute was, but
Ms.
just the
Medilla,
question
let
is-
me just stop there. You had a question in there and you started to testify, so let's just ask questions. So
Okay,
what was your question from
The question-
Sergeant East?
yes. The question is, how important do you think it is to have both full sides of the story before using any type of force with any citizen? How important is it to have both sides, both citizens, regardless of their place of power?
Objection,
authority.
Your Honor. It's not relevant what he thinks is important, it's relevant what he is trained
Yes, it is.
to do.
Okay. What?
You
So
want-
his morals doesn't matter, acting as a human being? That's what I'm asking about morals, is not training. I'm not asking about that. I guess you can say both. He can give an answer to both.
And I'm objecting to the portion where she's asking about his personal opinion on
Yeah,
how he feels
I don't know
about.
how morality would kind of figure into this as to like, what his morals would dictate under these circumstances. I think it's fair, as Mr. Wheeler had, kind of hinted at, that his training may, is he trained, for example, to get both sides of the stories before he makes an arrest, if you want to ask that question. But to the extent that morality is involved, I will sustain the objection. So you have another question for Ms. Sergeant Neese?
Okay. So, I guess, how are you trained to handle a dispute with two citizens, regardless of their place of, authority? Are you supposed to get both sides of the story and then make a decision with force, if you're going to use any type of force? And how do you,
My job is an officer discretion type position, meaning every situation I deal with is going to be a little unique. So therefore we have to respond in different situations in different ways. In doing so, one of the first things that we would do in a situation where you've got two individuals that are in a dispute would be would try to separate them, because once you separate them, not only can you hopefully downgrade the situation, but you can get a better story of the situation. So even if I was going to be able to get a story from you, the only thing I could get from you was that you were not willing to leave.
because the first thing you led with was, you gotta leave,
Correct.
and not, what happened, what's the deal, why are you so upset?
Wasn't upset.
Huh?
Wasn't upset.
Yeah, and because the reason, what you just said was, you wasn't able to get anything out of me but, defiance, and I responded with a follow-up question asking you, was it because what you started with was a direction or order to leave instead of asking me why I was upset or what the issue was from my end? Like you did the clerks?
Already testified that the training is both discretion and immediate importance is to just separate the two individuals. That's what he said the training was, is if there's a disorder, to just separate the two individuals and then he could get a story. He's testified to that.
He didn't
So
clarify what I just asked though. He did say that, but he didn't clarify what I just asked.
All right, let me hear the question again. So go ahead. What's your
Okay.
question?
So you said that you weren't able to get anything out of me because all that you were getting was defiance and I was refusing to leave. And I asked you, is it because when you started, is it because I was being tumultuous, or is it because what you started with wasn't, hey, what's going on? What's upset? What's going on today? And instead it was, you gotta leave. It was an order. You need to leave. It was a directive. Is that why that you got that response?
I would say I was being direct. I don't think it came into the factor of me trying to do anything but get the situation separated. That's
being
my
direct.
first aspect of the situation, is to get that done.
Okay, so would you say that, okay, so you would call it direct and
Correct.
like, would you call it blunt?
Correct.
Okay, would you call it, would you call it
I just to clarify, are we talking about his talking to you or are you talking to him? I just wasn't sure. What are we saying? Are you asking him if he was being direct?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
talking to
okay,
you, this
okay.
question for me, yeah. Would you call it neglectful, even in the slightest, to my end because you didn't hear anything about what I asked? You didn't give me a chance to tell you anything besides an answer to your directive to leave. Like, do you have any children?
Objection.
Sustained. We don't need to get into children.
Okay. I just want to know, this is to find out like how he operates in his day-to-day life.
Objection.
That's not relevant to what happened on this occurrence today. We're
Okay.
just talking about what occurred today. You can ask him about his training, what he's trained to do. I think that's fair. Yeah, but when we get into I'm not sustaining any objections as to what goes on in his family life, and so.
Okay. Well, would you say it was neglectful, even in the slightest, of my voice and how I felt as a human being in that moment, even though it was your training? Would you say that?
Objection.
Calls for
Yeah.
speculation, I want to sustain, I think what you're asking him
That was
to
his
do is to
training.
get into what your feelings are and to speculate into like your emotions, and he wouldn't have any basis to understand what you were feeling. You can testify later on as to how you were feeling in the moment
Yes,
and to give me that information, but I think you're asking him to speculate and have a lot of conjecture into what was going on in your brain and your feelings.
I wasn't though. I was asking him about his training. I was asking him about how he feels like his training was, not my feelings. I wasn't asking him how I felt
Okay,
about
well,
work. But I
get
was
back to,
asking,
if you have a question about his training, let's go ahead and ask that, so. go
okay.
ahead.
Do you feel like your training to come and not ask me questions was neglectful, even in the slightest?
I don't believe there's anything that says we have to take into people's feelings into account. We're there to resolve a situation, and part of that resolving the situation starts with removing two people that are in an argument away from each other. If you do want to talk to them, then that's the situation where you would sit down and talk to them. But our situation was a complete defiance into even leaving the situation, which led to having to walk you out of the situation, which led to papers being thrown, which led to yelling in the lobby, which led to defiance even outside in the area here. So all your defiance never even led to an ability to actually have a conversation, had that be the case.
I'm sorry. I was going to ask you something else, but you said my defiance, all of my defiance never led to having an opportunity to have a conversation about the case. You did just say that. So the question now is, how am I the one leading if you're the one giving directives?
Because I'm giving you a directive based on what the situation was. The directive is not being complied because it was eventually a situation where it led to arrest, but it started out as an opportunity to leave.
Okay. So you think, what you just said, I'm gonna go off what you just said before. So you believe that the conversation or, me being heard should have happened after you physically intervened?
Correct. You couldn't do it down there because if I stop and try to give an interview to you right there, you got emotions rise. Immediately as you've seen him every time and this is just the way things work, they're in contact with each other. What's going to happen is pointing fingers, saying things to each other. You can't hold any kind of conversation in the same area where an incident went down. It just doesn't pan out well.
Okay. So it's correct that you believe it should happen after the physical intervention. So, do you think it would have been more productive if I hadn't had so much adrenaline and, after you physically grabbed me and removed me to ask me those questions or have that conversation you were willing to have after this, around this moment right here? Do you think it would have been better to do it before all of that?
You have to be willing to remove yourself from the situation to even get that started.
To get what started?
A situation of trying to conversate.
I started the situation.
Objection, that's not what he testified to.
You have to be willing to remove yourself from the situation before it gets started.
Same process I've talked about multiple times here. When you're dealing with a situation, when you have two people who are already heated in a situation, you have to be able to remove yourself from that situation to even get something started. If I can't start a conversation with somebody who is possibly going to get into a situation where they're wanting to fight with each other because the person never removed himself from that area, it just complicates the situation that much further.
Okay. You described the situation as, I might get this word wrong, but you did I'm not using the word inflate in a deceptive way, but I'm using the word, you did make it seem like it was a big deal, a bigger deal, like you said, you made it seem like, I don't remember the exact words you used, but the question is basically, what tumultuous behavior did you review during your investigation before deciding to do the physical intervention, removing me from the courthouse?
So we're already going into a round and round aspect of each other. Every time I ask you to leave, you're still not leaving. You got your arms crossed, you got your
That
foot
wasn't
bladed
the
out.
question.
You got, let him, he asked the question, you have to let him answer the question, you can't
Okay.
cut him off.
So after repeated offers to allow you to walk out on your own, the situation continued to elevate like a stair step, starting at the lowest end and making its way up. And it ended up, and in the end, the charges got applied by Captain Harrington, who is already 2 ranks above, who made a decision based off of what he's also observing and from what we had to deal with. So, no matter how you start kind of trying to come up with a situation to hand it out into little bits and pieces, it still comes back to it was a totality of factors that came up that led to us having to take the steps of doing a charge.
Okay. I'm gonna ask the question again because that wasn't answered. That wasn't a logical answer. Well, it didn't make sense. It wasn't exactly what I was asking, is what I'm trying to say. It made sense what you were saying, but it wasn't what I was asking. I asked, what tumultuous behavior, shouting, I think it's a violent behavior, any kind, or cursing or anything, did you review or see during your investigation before deciding to remove me from the courthouse physically?
Wasn't a situation where I was doing like an investigation where I was pulling video and this and that. It was a witness who made the complaint. We go by the witness complaint who is down there in an area where that is their area, that is their job. They can't get their job done because no matter how many times that they stated that they told you that they had already helped you as much as they could help you, and they said that they even informed you they was going to call the sheriff, being us law enforcement,
Okay.
to come down and intervene and remove you. That was a witness statement.
Mm-hmm. So, to be clear, you did not observe any tumultuous behavior before you physically removed me from the courthouse, personally?
Standing off, arms crossed, and verbally refusing to comply. To even go with just a response to ask to leave. I mean,
So,
as
standing
small
off
as
on-
that was not
Can
getting
you,
work.
yes. Could you play the beginning of that interaction after the door opened?
Yeah, absolutely.
Could you pause it right there? Okay. So, is this frame tumultuous to you or in any way giving you the need to think that you need to remove me from the courthouse?
That's not at that point, because that's when I get the response from the clerk.
Okay.
The
The next-
clerk has not opened the door yet.
Okay, yeah. The clerk is about to open the door. I've already calculated it. It's 10 seconds exactly. What you told to him was a longer version, like it was way longer. It was longer than the 10-second frame. And then on top of that, the clerk has to have a chance to respond. So everything that you said doesn't match up with what he said. So I'm just wondering, what was everything that you said abbreviated than what it was in this? Because you'll see after he plays it. I can play it before you answer if you'd like.
Yeah,
Can we
basically,
play the
it's-
clip?
Yeah, you can play
Okay,
it.
I'll
You
play
pause
the
it
clip.
right when they close the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Okay.
7. Actually, it stopped at 7. Okay. So it wasn't even 10 seconds. It was 7 seconds until you said okay.
Yeah.
Was everything abbreviated than what you said earlier? Because it took you longer to explain everything only you said without his responses.
I didn't say his exact words was that. I said that's what he told us was happening. So whether he said it in a long term like I do, and I tend to explain things or not, doesn't matter. It's a matter of what he actually said.
Okay.
And that was that he had asked you to leave, that he couldn't get you to leave, and that law enforcement had been requested to remove you.
Could you tell me exactly what you said within that 7 seconds when you got to the door?
There's no way I can come back and tell you exactly what I said, what he said, or whatever, unless you got it here, but at the same time, the audio doesn't start till after that.
You told him? You can't tell me?
Objection.
Well, he just said.
He didn't,
He just answered that he
He just answered.
couldn't say precisely what was said, so.
Okay, well, he
And to
doesn't
the
have to be
extent that-
precise. Could you abbreviate it, because,
I've abbreviated it.
not abbreviate it,
Multiple
just shorten it and tell me exactly what you said versus what he said before that door shut in 7 seconds.
I think we're going in circles.
I remember.
Objection. He has already testified.
The
what he
answer to the
recalls.
question is, it may not be an answer you like, but he can't say precisely what was said in that exchange, and it wasn't captured on the audio. That's my understanding of his testimony, and that's what he's gonna, so that's been asked and answered.
He did
So I'm
say
gonna
it at
sustain
first,
the
though.
objection.
He said it at first, and that was before.
And it may be, you can go back and you could say during your argument, and possibly it was captured that he said precisely, and that he's contradicted himself. That's gonna be something for me to try to remember, and I'm taking notes here,
Okay.
so.
Okay. So, you can't accurately, reflect exactly what you said, what the conversation was like in the 7 seconds after seeing the 7 seconds, with me counting it for you, showing you that it was 7 seconds, correct?
Say that, I'm sorry, say it again.
You can't accurately reflect for the record what was said within the first 7 seconds before, as the door opened to when it shut, based off of what my counting 7 seconds showing you that it was only 7 seconds. That's correct?
Objection.
You couldn't answer the last question basically because you just can't, because you see that it's 7 seconds and now you can't actively deplete it.
Objection.
I'm just trying to
She
get it
is
confirmed.
saying he is being inaccurate. That is misconstruing what the testimony is. The testimony is he can relay the gist of the conversation, but he cannot remember the precise exact
I'm gonna
words.
overrule the objection to the extent that she's trying to impeach him. I think that's within her ability to do that, so he can try to answer that question to the best of his ability. So the question was, you can't say what happened in those 7 seconds, I believe. Is that right? So-
That's right, yes, confirmed.
So that I do, say that, I'm sorry, one more time.
The question is that you cannot accurately depict exactly what happened in that 7 seconds after me showing you on video, because it's shorter than what you thought. Is that correct?
honestly don't know if I'm understanding exactly what you're saying.
You're just not able to
What?
say exactly what happened after seeing that it was 7 seconds when the door opened to when it closed. You're not able to say exactly what happened. And you're having issues.
When you
with
say
it.
exact, no, there's no way to, anybody can say exactly, I can't remember exactly what
You're
detailed
not even
words
able
what
to
I'm saying.
abbreviate it. You're not even able to say exactly what happened.
I've said
can-
multiple
can-
times now.
No, I was asking you, no, I mean after I just showed you the 7 seconds. Correct.
Objection.
I mean, the
His
video
test-
speaks for itself.
It's a yes or a no. And it's a no.
I'm gonna allow him to answer, so I'm gonna overrule your objection, so, to the extent that you can answer, I think the question is, do you know precisely what happened within those 7 seconds? Can you articulate exactly the words, is that right? Am I rephrasing your question correctly, or is it different than that?
It was basically after I showed the portion of the video from the door opening to closing and counted down 7 seconds, showing you, even though the video was muted, and then asking you what exactly was said, because after the first time you said what was said, it was a very long response that almost took like 30 seconds to 45 seconds, and then it was, and then that was omitted from the clerk, Jay Stockman's responses, so he didn't even have time.
Listen,
for
you're
So
the
you're
windup is too big. You're
Yeah.
and you're
I know, I was
testifying
trying to
again.
be
So
this
what is the
strictly
question
because-
that you want to ask? I think it was, if I'm understanding it, was you can't say precisely what was said during those 7 seconds, right?
After reviewing it for a second time accurately, you can
Okay, so
with the countdown. From
let me
me.
answer that question.
So, if I'm hearing this right, to give you exact, no, to give you what the context of the, I guess let's just say the complaint from him,
Mhm.
yes,
Yes, you can.
that's what I've said multiple times.
Okay, then I know because you didn't give it to me. So if you did, can you tell me what happened in that 7 seconds? Like within that after you just seen it, I want to know exactly
He's-
what you said within that 7 seconds.
He stated to me that he had given you all the answers that he could give you, couldn't give you anything else, and that you had been refusing to leave the area that he threatened to cause. So, I mean, in a just a word for word, I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
That's the gist of his complaint. He opened the door up, spattered it off, and then I went on trying to take care of the situation.
Okay, officer. So you just gave me his responses to and I'm not calling you bluff or anything, but the first time you said that all your responses, you didn't add his responses. So now, with all those responses and the beginning responses, would you agree that that was very short for it to be that fast? Humans don't talk that fast. That's like robotic speech to get all that information through that fast.
Objection, that
Would
is
you
a
agree?
misconstruing of the testimony. The testimony was, it's a gist of what he said, and he cannot recall
She
verbatim.
can, I'm going to overrule your objection and allow her to ask the question. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
So the question again was, that was, you're saying that was too much information to communicate in 7 seconds. Is that
Mhm.
right?
Yes, is that correct? What you just added his responses. Those responses plus the first thing that you told to him. Everything that you apparently told him. After looking at the 7 seconds, would you agree that that was a lot of information, over too much for a human to convey within 7 seconds, right there played in front of you?
You're saying that I told him, he spoke to me.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You're saying I told him, I said he spoke to me.
Yeah, you told me his responses. The last thing you said was his responses. The first thing you answered was your responses when the door answered. Not the first thing, but the first time you answered any question about this moment. So I'm asking if those responses, yours, plus his responses that you just gave last question, answered, equal 7 seconds in human language. You're not even speaking that fast today.
I'm not a computer, I don't know,
Yeah,
I'm not tallying up
you're not a
totals,
computer.
I'm not sure
We're not
what
computers.
not 100% sure what you're asking, but I'm just giving you the best answer I can.
So, no, right? The answer is no. It can't be conveyed that
No-
fast
no
in
to
7
it.
seconds.
You have to speculate that I know exactly. All I know, door opens up, he gives me that you have been given everything you needed, that you asked to be able to leave, I mean, and then he was threatened that he would call us. And other than that, I mean, I don't know. He just opens the door, says it, I go off doing my thing.
But the answer is no. You're not, you said you're not robotic, so therefore you agree that you could not convey that language that you said was his response plus all of your language in the beginning to 7 seconds that was just playing the video. So the answer is no, right?
The only responses that were not there was because of the audio would have been him opening up the door. After that door was open and he got done with that stuff, I think the audio kicks in.
The audio was, okay. But yes or no is what I'm asking.
Objection.
Let me
Yes
just
or
say,
no?
you try to answer it. Let me just say, if we had a jury here, I would tell you that you got your point across to the jury. So I think,
Okay.
I mean, you're not, I don't know if you're gonna get the answer that you want at this point in time. You've asked the question multiple times, but I get the point. So I'm gonna ask you to move on, okay? So go ahead and move on, something different.
Okay, okay, the questions were not answered. What did Jay Stockman tell you about my tumultuous demeanor this day? Because you gave his response, but you didn't add anything about tumultuous demeanor. So that's even more, plus the 7 seconds that you have to add on to that 7 seconds. What did he tell you? That's probable
Objection.
cause.
He's testified so many times to the gist, the characterization of what he was told in the 7 seconds. He's testified so many times. So I would object
Well,
to again asking
Let me just,
what
I
Jay
don't
told
know,
him.
let me just, from where I sit, there was a call that was made, right? And then he arrived on scene, and then there was this interaction that was caught on camera, right? So I don't know
I think it was
if there's
clarified.
more to it than why he was called, before he appears. But I think her question is, what was the officer told about her demeanor, right? That's what you're asking
Mhm.
by the clerks there.
Yeah.
I think she can ask that question. So
That's-
is that the question you want to ask?
Mhm. You
So
want me to restate
do you
it?
understand the question before you arrived on scene or during that time frame, if you were told as to what her demeanor was like?
Within that
So
7
he
seconds.
didn't call me.
Okay.
That was a response call that came out through the dispatch. I don't know, dispatch would have took whatever information they had on it, or however they hit the button, probably hit the button if I had to guess. There's a panic alarm button, and I would guess that's what ignited our alarm go off. I mean, could they have called over there? Yeah, they probably could, but I'd say most likely they probably hit the alarm,
So they
which is a
just-
panic alarm, which means there's basically a distress call for us to appear to the situation.
Mhm.
When I got there, it's literally door open, spouts off those 3 things, and boom, I'm in the situation now.
Okay. So spouts off those 3 things. What was the 3 things?
That he'd given you everything that they could give you, that they've asked you to leave, and said that they were going to call us, but you didn't leave.
Okay, so just to confirm yes or no, because there was no probable cause told to you, he didn't tell you anything about tumultuous behavior, shouting, screaming, punching,
No, he
or
wouldn't.
anything like that.
Wouldn't have had time to go through
Yeah.
all of that. I know that's what you're trying to say but it's not that. I get a complaint. The complaint was direct to me that those were the circumstances, and then I go off, and then from the rest of it, that interaction is between us when I'm asking you to leave, but you're refusing to leave, and again, it's that stair-step process that it just built up. So I think you got to kind of separate the two in a way, even though they're combined, they're also separate. I'm having to deal with a situation myself, not only that complaint.
Okay. You would say it escalated way far beyond what it needed to, correct?
Yeah, it shouldn't have to go to that.
it should not.
I would love for you to just walked away that day and then came back and finished your job later on, or your business, but
Oh,
it just continued.
my business. I did tell you that I had business in the courthouse, correct? That day.
You did, but again, I stated, because you kept on trying to throw out that it's a public place as if we was not able to remove you. But that's not the situation. When you're causing a disorder like that, and then you get to the point you got to get somebody to leave, and then it becomes a trespassing thing. It's just an accumulation of things that came out of this situation when it could have just been, and I said it, you can hear it in the video, you can come back another day. But it never stopped.
Okay. What came first, the disorderly conduct or the trespassing charge? Which one did you say? Oh, now it's this, because I know you keep a little record. And
So
you
again,
know
I
which
never
one.
applied the charges.
What is it?
I was not the charging officer.
But you did. You were.
I was the one, I would be in this situation, I guess, like I am right now, a witness to the situation, but also a legal authority that works within the sheriff's office, which whenever Captain Harrington arrived, seeing that the situation was not getting resolved and was able to take his steps based on the interaction in total.
Okay, so I do have one more question, but just note that later on, to confirm, Captain Harrington?
Correct.
Okay, so Captain Harrington was the one that reviewed my disorderly conduct and charged everything, because he seemed, I'm not gonna phrase this, correct?
Correct, he applied the charges.
Okay, and then so, you didn't observe any, wait, no, actually, that's not what I was gonna ask. What I was gonna ask is, so if you didn't, you're the one that observed the disorderly conduct and trespassing charges, why weren't you in the complaint? Or why weren't you anywhere in documentation?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Did he ever question
I haven't
you
seen
about?
this citation, I don't know what you're talking about.
Did he ever question, okay, so, did Officer or Sergeant, Harrington ever question you about probable cause or ask you anything about the situation in depth?
Yeah, but you'd have to play the video further.
No. Was it, right after, because I remember seeing a little bit of conversation between you two whenever y'all put me in the holding cell, kind of like this one. Was it around that conversation?
No, it was out here in the, right in front of the doors there.
Your Honor, I don't want to interrupt the flow of anything, and I apologize, but I imagine we'll probably have at least another half hour, 45 minutes of this. Is it okay, if you're okay with it, if we take like a 5-minute restroom break again? Is that okay?
Are you at a good stopping part, or do you want to ask more questions?
It could still be your, when we get back, I'm just saying for 5 minutes. Is that okay?
I kind of want to
Or
get
3
through it.
minutes? Okay, yeah, keep going.
Keep going.
So, where did you say that where did you say that you were questioned about the incident from Officer Harrington?
After almost, so in the video, after Captain Harrington shows up, at one point he asked, if I remember correctly, had you already asked her to be removed? And I stated yes. I think it was probably close to before he gave you the ultimatum.
Before the ultimatum,
I think so, yeah.
his body cam showed that he came out and immediately gave the ultimatum. He didn't speak
No,
to
he
you.
had been there and he had talked to you at least a short period of time, I don't know how long, before actually going that route.
Do you think you might be getting this confused? Like, is there a slightest hint of confusion with the conversation that you two had?
No, there's
No?
no.
So you accurately remember it correctly? No?
Yes,
com-
I'm not even going by the video, I'm going by based on that day I remember him asking me.
Okay, so no doubt about it. How did this conversation between you and Officer Harrington go?
I just said, he asked me if you had been asked to leave and told to leave, and that's where it went. Yes, and then he made his decision.
Did he ask you why?
At the time, I don't think so, but
Did he
I
ask
think he
you-
already had a gist of it from
Mhm.
everything that's going on, but to know that for sure, I don't know. I'm not in his head, I don't know.
Did he ask you what was tumultuous before the physical intervention, like what caused the removal? Because honestly, the video, even if he charged it, the video shows trespassing came first, because y'all are like, you gotta go. It wasn't disorderly until you confirmed. It was the elevator when you made the radio call. She's now being disorderly, right?
So you're kind of getting into what comes first. When you come to a disorderly and a trespassing charge, I mean, yes, they are two different charges, but they are kind of interlocking because they kind of work off of each other.
Disorderly conduct is tumultuous or violent behavior, and loud, I think that's what tumultuous means, it's like louder noise. So it's,
And then a
and
removal.
trespassing is, removal from the property. I think we know what that is. So I don't think they interlock. I think yes, if
Again,
something,
let's ask questions. You all are getting in a conversation. That's not the way this is supposed to work. So ask questions versus, that's where we're at. You got a question?
So,
Maybe we should take a break. Maybe we should take a break. Officer, or rather Sergeant Nee's still on the stand, still sworn.
I can take a break if he can tell me the last thing.
You got one more question before we take a break?
No, if he can just tell me the last thing that he said, then I can take a break. Or if you can remember.
I think the last thing that you all were talking about was the difference between disorderly conduct and criminal trespass, and I believe
He said they
that
were
Sergeant
wrong.
Neese is saying that they kind of work off of each other. Is that fair? Is that about the last thing that you said?
Yeah.
They work off of each other. Okay, I'm good.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back. Let me just ask before we take a 10-minute break, do you want to just think about lunch break, come back at 1?
Oh, like just.
It's about a quarter after.
That would work with me.
Why don't we do a lunch break? I've got several phone calls from other lawyers I need to get back in touch with today. Have you come back on at 1 o'clock, still sworn in, to resume cross-examination. That way you run downtown somewhere and grab something to eat real quick, okay? All right, come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you all.
Your Honor.
I'm gonna try to start looking and see if I got any cards.
Yeah, so what the answer was.
Yeah, the tape will show. So, okay.
You're not
I
going to be
think-
able to trick me into making myself look bad. Asking simple questions about
Okay,
ISP
let's
status
not,
is
you're getting into argued it. Just
Yeah.
let
So-
him ask, he's gonna ask you another question.
So,
Can I
regardless,
object to these questions? Because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
You can object to his questions. You are,
I'm trying my best to answer them, but
I
it's
appreciate
silly.
that. I appreciate that, but you are authorized to object. So he gets to ask questions since you've waived your Fifth Amendment right and testified. So go ahead.
so, skipping past the initial part and going to when Deputy Sergeant Neese asked you to leave voluntarily. Would you agree you didn't leave voluntarily?
No, because I have further business to conduct, and I didn't say that me cursing is
I know.
disorderly conduct.
The court can review the tape, but for criminal trespass, so you agree you didn't leave voluntarily. You were compelled to leave. They made you leave. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. That's what
Okay.
happened.
Okay, so after they've asked you to leave and you refused to leave, and then they made you leave, or made you took you upstairs, you threw your papers, is that correct? Out of the elevator?
Yeah, and the officer tried to say that it was because I don't remember what he said, but I'll tell you exactly what it was. I was terrified to get on the elevator, and I didn't want to be on the elevator with those officers. I didn't know if their dash camera was on. They claimed their dash camera was on the first thing going. And I have something here showing that they just completely didn't say nothing. And then an email from Melissa McCarville saying that this dash camera didn't exist. Of course, I'm be scared to be on the elevator. I have PTSD as well as overlapping trauma from officers. I'm not saying every officer is bad, and I don't automatically assume it. But when I got that first impression that I'm not being heard, and then they put their hands on me without hearing anything from my end, and I felt like a farm animal. You know what happens to farm animals? Yeah, who would want to get on the elevator with someone treating me?
Did you keep bringing up all this, all these different reasons as to why you might have behaved a certain way? Did you offer any of that at the time to anyone there? Jay, the officers, any of the clerks, any of the witnesses you're calling today? Did you say to any one of them at all that you have any type of medical reason, anything that would require specific, unique attention?
Should I going forward?
No, I'm asking if, for this charge.
I don't think I should going forward. And you know what? That's exactly what this type of situation is supposed to trick me into doing. Thinking that the world is a bad place. And yes, I might be scared sometimes. And yes, I might feel like that sometimes. But those are moments where I remind myself that I have PTSD and there's good and there's love in this world. And I don't have to assume the worst. So I'm not going to say, I have PTSD, I have anxiety, I have this, that, because I'm not weaponizing my circumstances.
Right.
I'm not going to tell, and it's not about privacy, it's about if someone asks me like this situation, I tell y'all, I tell the judge, and I put it in the record because it needs to be known for me to operate and for people to understand me. The officer, I shouldn't have had to tell him that I had PTSD, anxiety, or anything for him to ask me a question. I'm a human being.
Well,
he should have asked me regardless.
So the reason I bring it up is because if I'm trying to understand what your defense is, the only reason I can consider any of all of this stuff that you brought up as relevant at all, or if it should be stricken from the record, is if your reasoning is that those diagnoses were the reason you acted the way you acted.
No, they are a part of it.
They're a part.
My name's not PTSD. My name's not PTSD, anxiety, and depression. My name is hyper.
Okay.
I have anxiety, PTSD, and depression. I'm functioning. I can function. I can talk. I can ask questions. I'm pro-se. I'm doing this by myself. I like to be asked, how my day is doing, or like I like to, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So my question would be, if you had told any of them who was involved in this that you had those diagnoses, or if those diagnoses, like you said, that's not who you are, and so you shouldn't have to tell them because they didn't impact this event. So that's what I'm trying to get at, is which is it?
Okay. Here's
See
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying?
I see what you're trying to get at, but PTSD did not cause my PTSD and my bipolar. I didn't say bipolar. I meant to say my P because I'm not bipolar. For the record. My PTSD, depression, and anxiety did not cause this incident.
Okay, and that's what I just wanted to. That's what I wanted
They
to make sure.
contributed to it.
Okay.
Well, let me think, because before I say that accurately, how I go through life, it walks around with me, it follows me, but
So let me ask you this. Do you
that
think
doesn't cause me to, say stuff like get off of me. So what part, you have to ask me what part are you trying to make it look like it contributed to, because anybody, and I'm sure you.
Well, I don't think it's irrelevant what I think. So, do you think someone who has PTSD or anything else can be disorderly?
Absolutely.
Okay. And do
needs
you
to be
think
brought-
someone with any of those
Does it need to be brought disorderly?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, and then trespass. Do you think someone with those diagnoses can be trespassed or commit the act of trespass? Or do you think they're immune from that?
What was, I was trying to think of.
Like if someone has PTSD or any of the other things you've said, can they be responsible for being criminally trespassed somewhere?
Anybody can be responsible for anything.
Okay, all right. So, Sergeant Neese testified. This is sort of a weird order now because I'm trying to think. Is she subject to recall
I wanted
after
to,
the other witnesses?
I wanted,
Okay, no, all right.
Your Honor, I wanted to just go over this, or if he was already doing it, we could go over this in my video and then.
Why don't we, are you?
I'm almost done.
You're almost done?
Yeah.
You have to answer the rest of his questions, and then we can take a break if we need to, so, and then you can tell me again what's going on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So,
My video doesn't
Okay.
require.
Let him ask questions, then we'll come back and I'll let you have as much time as you need.
so the sergeant testified, and can you describe anything in particular in regard to how he described what happened that you disagree with?
Sergeant Neese, can I describe anything that I disagree with?
Yeah, let me rephrase. That he got wrong.
That he got wrong. Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. What are those things?
My body language.
Okay.
He misinterpreted my arms crossed as a, I guess, what is it called? He misinterpreted it as I don't know, tumultuous, I guess. He misinterpreted this as a bad stance or something, but this is something I do when I hug myself, basically, when I'm in a tough situation.
And what else? You said there's several things.
Yeah, leaning on the counter. He said that was me saying that I didn't want him to be there. That wasn't true.
You wanted him to be there?
I didn't mind.
Okay.
I just would have rather he handled it a different way, but
Did he get everything else correct then? Were those the 2 points that you disagree with from his testimony?
I'm trying my best, but sometimes clarity hits
No,
me
you're
later.
good. Take your time.
Sometimes clarity hits me later, so I
You're-
might not
you're
even,
fine.
there might be other things that he said or did, but
Okay. So he had said that your yelling and cursing as you were being walked out was disruptive. Would you agree with that or not agree with that?
would I agree with the fact that he said my yelling and cursing was disruptive?
Would you agree that that behavior is disruptive?
I didn't initiate the behavior.
Okay, great. So you disagree. So that didn't happen is what you're saying. You didn't
I didn't what?
yell and you didn't curse.
That was on camera.
So it did happen.
Yeah, it did
Okay,
happen, yeah.
so is that behavior disruptive?
Is that, yes, it's disruptive. It
Okay.
should have been prevented at all costs, all means necessary.
The Commonwealth agrees. Nothing further, Your Honor.
We've been at it for 2 hours and 18 minutes. Do you have, how many witnesses do you have outside?
I mean, it's,
I think it's 4 or 5 she has.
Okay.
they'll be quick though.
What, just if we have to go into another day, I'm not saying that I want to, but maybe, we're at 3:15. What are you doing Friday?
I don't think I have any
Okay.
court Friday. so
How about,
I'd be good.
because all I have Friday, because I'm just seeing when your witnesses can come back, would be it looks like possibly a bench trial on a traffic case. So could we resume 1 PM on Friday?
Let me just triple check, make
Okay.
sure I'm not about to.
Why don't we call in the witnesses real quick? I just want to see what their status is. Because,
What's Friday, the 14th?
yes.
Any of your witnesses in here?
Yeah, I just want to see where they are, because I know that you have more, I just want to see where they are as far as their day, if they can stick around, if they can't stick around, if they can be available Friday, what's going on, okay?
Okay. Can we go over this?
Okay, so we have, come on in, it's Officer Baker, and then we're talking about potentially going another, no, we're not gonna testify just yet. I'm just gonna see what your schedule is, because it may be that we need to continue this trial into another day. So let's just find out. This is all courthouse folks, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so everybody's, okay. So Ms. Medulla is in the middle of her defense, and I know that you all are, I just want to see from you all how much time you have today, what's the latest that you all can stay, and if you can't stay today, whether I can recognize you like at a certain time, because I know everybody in the courthouse usually leaves about 4, right? And that's where everybody gets off. So you're kind of holding tight to see how things are until 4. But if we need to go to another day, Friday afternoon at 1, would everybody be able to come back and be able to testify at that time?
Yes.
I would,
You would?
yeah.
Everybody can? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Just making sure. Let's just see, can anybody stay after 4, or do you have to get out of here by 4?
I have to be out by 4.
I need to be out by 4.
Okay, I knew most everybody, that's just when the day ends around here by courthouse, they got responsibilities, they got to get out before. So let's go as far as we can today. Everybody sounds like they can reconvene. I'll recognize you all to be here at about 1 on Friday. But Ms. Medulla's going to come back and she wanted to testify first. So I'm going to let her finish her testimony, and then she's going to potentially call you all in. So, but are you in agreement? Can you do it Friday afternoon at 1, come back? Okay, I just make sure. So, all right. I'm going to let you all step back in the back, but what we'll do is we'll have a hard stop at 4 today, and then reconvene at 1 p.m. on Friday, same courtroom, if we have to go over 4. Does that work for everybody? Because I know you've got child care issues as well, and I've got stuff to do as well. Okay, all right. Thank you. If you don't mind, step outside. And then, do you want to take, since you want to take a 10-minute break, come back at 3:30? Let's come back at 3:30. Okay, thank you all. I appreciate you all cooperating with us. Okay, we'll come back at 3:30 and take a little bathroom break. So we're ready to go back on the record.
Give it a second, it's got until like.
Okay, are we back? All right, so we're back on the record. So Ms. Medulla has just finished being cross-examined, and again, you can testify in narrative form, and I understand that you also have a video you want to show, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so go ahead, it's still your opportunity to testify.
I'll go through the exhibit list first, really quick. So, Exhibit A has my diagnosis. You want me to go fast? Is it okay?
I mean, you've got plenty of time. We're going to reconvene on Friday, so you go at the speed that you need to go at.
Unless I missed something, do we all have the same thing?
You want a copy really quick?
I'd love to have a copy of whatever the court's, is this being admitted, or I'm just
She hasn't moved to admit it yet.
Okay. I mean, I'd probably object to it being reviewed or relevance at all unless,
These are exhibits, this is evidence.
well, I can't advise, but they're not admitted in a court until you move to admit them in a court, and the court can't admit them unless they're relevant to the case.
They are.
Okay. So I would object until she can provide a basis for the admission of all of these exhibits
That's what I'm
in
doing.
order.
Okay, so the first thing, this is, Exhibit A is your diagnosis and ADA accommodation documentation, right? So why is that?
It establishes documented diagnoses underlying the ADA accommodation request and supports that my processing delay under stress is a documented symptom, not evidence of unlawful conduct. This exhibit documents my PTSD diagnosis, anxiety, and depression confirmed by my treating providers. I'm offering it in support of my accommodation request and because it explains why it may take a bit longer to process questions under stress.
Okay, and I think that we discussed that, and that's part of, I think that's part of the criminal record, your request, your motion, and there wasn't any disagreement that we were gonna kind of go slower, I think, and try to meet you where you are as far as your diagnosis. So, but pertaining to the Commonwealth's case and any exhibits as to what happened on May the 4th, the 26th, why is it relevant?
Because I had these diagnoses on the time, and this contributes to, like,
Are you saying this is mitigating evidence as to your guilt as to criminally trespassing and potentially
no,
being
not guilt of it. I'm not saying that. I'm just pointing out that I have these diagnoses at the time, and I'm not saying that means.
You're not, and I may misstate something. I'm not saying that. I'm not requesting you to make an admission of guilt here. I'm just saying this is mitigating evidence as to any sort of criminal, alleged criminal activity. Is that what you're saying? Due to your diagnosis,
Mitigating? What does that mean?
meaning that it cuts against a finding of guilt.
No.
It's evidence that supports the fact that you're not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
And no, I was just submitting it to the record because it is something that I've been dealing with, not, an
Okay,
intent
so
to do
you're just
anything.
submitting it to just say this is who I am, right?
Yes, yes.
Do you object to the admission of?
I would object, but if the court feels inclined to admit it, we would just request the court consider the fact that the testimony was that none of anyone involved in this at all had any idea about any of this, so it would be irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant, but nobody did, Jay Stockman didn't, nobody knew about my.
Um,
And then exhibit
Do you
B-
have, there's no, I'm just looking at the documents themselves, and there's no affidavit that says this is a medical history. I've got an email from a licensed clinical social worker that could potentially be considered hearsay. So there's no evidence as far as that's been provided as far as a foundation for the admission. So just on that basis alone, and the fact that I don't believe these documents, your medical condition or your condition at the time, well, let me just say, I don't think that there's been a foundation that has been set to admit these at this time.
you
So
know,
I would sustain the objection for Exhibit A.
These are just proof, basically, of the things I already put in, the accommodation I put in.
If
And
we
I
could
got
do-
that, that's a separate issue.
Exhibit
And
by exhibit.
we're going like
Yeah.
slow, due to the fact that you told me that. I'm just not gonna make it a consideration as to the weight of the evidence that's been presented against you as far as the material question B answer today.
So for Exhibit B, we would object to the admission on, again, for the grounds of relevance as to the relevance of panic alarm policy in,
Wait,
And,
so why, I'm not understanding why A is not being submitted.
Because there hasn't been a foundation laid for for what is a medical determination, and
I
for
think it was more so for
hearsay
not the case.
evidence with regard to a statement by Audrea Bernonis.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know who she is. She hasn't come in here and testified, and you didn't provide an affidavit saying this is from her. So its reliability is suspect on hearsay grounds as well.
Okay.
So for those reasons, I would sustain the objection.
Okay. And then this is the corresponding panic alarm and absence of accountability. It's a written admission by the policymaker that no accountability or documentation process exists for the same alarm activated in this case. It is my written request to the circuit court clerk for the policy and records governing the courthouse panic alarm and the clerk's own response confirming no such logs, forms, or records exist. I'm offering it to show there is no accountability process for use of that alarm.
okay, so, for Exhibit B, due to everything the court just said about Exhibit A,
There's no way that that's the same.
hearsay, there's
This
no
is
certification
from the same
of use. So, unless I was misunderstanding, this is,
A letter from Vincent Riggs
okay,
showing
So there's
that
been
on
no-
that date, he received my letter and that there is no security procedures it basically shows that there is no such laws, forms, because I looked up to see if there was any type of incident report from Jay Stockton. There was not anything. He didn't have to be questioned or anything for the panic alarm. There's no accountability for this incident at all.
so, if the court would consider, just briefly, as you have the hearsay, foundation, relevance, any of those, from the rules of evidence.
Yeah, this is also a out-of-court statement that has been offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, and we don't have Mr. Riggs to testify that this is his letter. I don't have any sort of affidavit saying this is his letter, so I would sustain it for hearsay grounds as well.
Okay, so
So
I need
written assertion that has been used to try to be offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So I'll sustain that objection.
And just to save the clerk from having.
And you're also objecting on relevance grounds.
And relevance, but just,
how is
it would be
relevant?
too late at this point, I just wanna make sure everyone's on the same page, to try to get a letter. Presumably, the court would not allow for today, for her to go get letters from these people certified to then try to get it admitted on Friday. Correct? I just wanna make sure I'm understanding.
This
Because
is the
she
basis.
seemed to be saying, what would I need
This
to
is
do
my
to get
basis
it
of my
admitted?
ruling right now. So
Okay,
Is that possible?
I mean, he put the thought out there. So
Well, I
I'm
thought
not
that's
gonna.
what she was
I'm not
saying.
gonna. I'm just. That's the reason why I'm not admitting this
today,
today.
okay.
As
Including relevancy.
as to his response.
But relevancy, how's the relevancy? The relevancy says it right there. But actually, I think I might almost understand it. It's written admission by the policymaker that no accountability or documentation process exists for the same alarm activated. Are you saying it's not relevant because?
The primary objection is, or the primary reason why I'm not admitting it is, it's a out-of-court statement that is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and there's no authenticating documentation. Mr. Riggs is not here to testify to it. He's not, and there's no agreement that this is a letter from him to be presented, so there's no foundation. It's his statement.
Oh, it's stamped though, Your Honor. The message that I first sent is stamped May the 27th, 2026, file stamped into the record. The message that I sent him, and then it shows his signature. And
It's
it
still-
also
it's-
says that he was
What,
responding.
what we're asking for right now is basically some proof it came from him and it was provided to him. Now, apart from that, your letter to him, that one, you can authenticate that and to provide that. But the question is it relevant? You know, is it going to help me?
And the county would object to the relevance as a separate and equal valid basis for objection, because there was no testimony today, nor does the Commonwealth propose to submit testimony or evidence, since we've almost rested our case in chief, that panic alarm policy has anything to do with whether or not she allegedly was guilty of disorderly conduct or trespass. There's the panic alarm policy at the courthouse was not brought up. The Commonwealth is not arguing that somehow would prove or not prove
I did ask
whether
him
she's
about policy.
guilty.
I did ask Jay Stockman about the policy.
So why is the panic alarm, why is there a policy regarding panic alarm relevant to whether or not you're guilty of trespassing in the third or disorderly conduct?
Well, because there was no camera downstairs or any type of I feel like it was easier for him to do because he knew that he didn't have to fill out any type of complaint or any type of incident report or anything like that after doing it. And it was just a willy-nilly thing, but it actually affected me.
Okay, and we can all agree that, you know, the evidence is just gonna be his testimony and your testimony as to what happened, and there wasn't any cameras down there to capture it, so I got to, you know, what do they say, justice is blind, right? So I have to, like, you know, make a determination as to what occurred before that, you know. However, I don't see that the policy, any alleged policy with regard to panic buttons is gonna make it, you know, is gonna lead me to conclude one way or another
Okay.
as to the questions that need to be answered.
What about sworn evidence? My declaration, I have a
Are
sworn.
we up to C now?
Okay, so just to clarify for the appellate record, or the potential appellate record, A is being,
A is the
On.
motion to, the objections to admitting A and B have been sustained.
on the basis of both relevance
Hearsay.
and hearsay.
Correct.
Okay, and C is what she's doing now?
Yeah, well, hearsay
Okay.
definitely on A in the failure to authenticate it, and then B was more relevancy
Okay.
and hearsay.
Okay.
Go
And
ahead, C.
Does this mean that y'all aren't like, well, y'all have already like accommodated me basically based off of my diagnoses, but is this not gonna be, I guess, like submitted to the record?
This is what would be potentially these exhibits, or what a court of appellate court would see.
Okay.
So, based on my findings here, and you could say, you can appeal my judgment and say, judge misinterpreted the evidence. You know, if you want to by a vow, in fact, that's probably what we ought to do, is by a vow. You could put all these exhibits in the record, just noting that I have sustained the objections, and so I didn't consider them as facts. But by a vow, I'll let her put this whole packet in, okay?
So I can do
For
it?
right now, yeah.
Okay.
But right now, for my purposes, because I'm the one that's going to make the decision, we've just gotten through A and B. So do you want to look at C, D, E, and F?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this is just sworn evidence, under penalty of perjury. The specific records were formally requested and never produced. This one is notarized. My declaration is, it
So
basically.
this is a declaration that you've made, okay,
Mhm.
okay. Any objection to it being omitted, her declaration?
I just, can I see what is the declaration first? I haven't seen it before, so I'd like to know what's gonna be admitted.
It basically says that,
Okay, well, there's testimony in here, so no, I would have to object because it goes into discussions of what the conversation was between her and, Jay, Mr. Stockman, and so it would be inappropriate to admit this because any questions, first of all, the best evidence rule, hearsay, all kinds of stuff. We had the witness here, so any opportunity that existed, he could have been questioned and subject to recross and cross in court when he was here, and it would be inappropriate to admit a declaration that purports to capture what the conversation was without any subject to cross or recross or anything else direct, to admit this in the record.
it really already says everything that I testified to as well as questions.
I'm gonna overrule your objection just because, this is her statement, this is just basically your testimony that's been reduced to writing, so, with regard to C,
Then I would
I
also
will-
request I be given the opportunity to cross her
it
on
doesn't
this.
have, yeah, you can, I mean,
Okay.
it doesn't,
Okay.
it says what her memory of Mr. Stockman's testimony was, but I think that all this is fair game. It's just reducing your testimony to writing.
So,
Right.
and she's okay with being subject to recross.
What does that mean, crossing out my other testimony?
That I can ask you questions about all of what you're now saying is your sworn testimony.
I will say that this was made on the 5th of August, and I realized somewhere after there that it was more than just she's got to go after I noticed that Officer Neese knew something about the questions. I was like, how did he know about the questions? So I realized, so that's the only thing that's out of here that I didn't have the chance to put in. So, but yeah, you can cross-examine me, and if I made a mistake, I'm mistaken.
Okay. So
Okay,
after we go through
that's
this,
just the declaration. So there's also an email here about an open records request final to Mr. Morgan. Why is that
this is
relevant?
also part of C though, correct?
I'm just saying, I'm just looking at the declaration. Now I'm moving on to the July 16th email. So
But this is a part of
it's part of
exhibits.
C, but
Okay, but you're separating, okay.
this is something, this is a different document. So
This is just
why,
the open records request that I requested for the first panic alarm of the year, as well as the unmuted beginning that was refused, actually completely ignored. And this is just, that's all that was. I didn't receive any response to this at all.
okay.
And in my declaration before that, it says, it testifies to that.
This is more of a procedural criminal discovery request. To the extent that this could potentially be a grounds for appeal, that's certainly within fair game. As to trial, though, as to the evidence to show what happened on May the 5th, I don't think it's relevant.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead, I assume that you object to
I would object.
the admission of this. I'm going to sustain the objection to this. However, to the extent that you have preserved the record, and that you think that you may have not gotten all the discovery, like Brady evidence, like evidence that shows that you were not guilty and you don't feel like it's been turned over, I think that's well documented in the file, okay?
Okay.
So far, just your declaration has been admitted as the exhibit. So D is your jail booking intake and release records.
Now, I object, I believe we covered this at our pretrial hearing where we discussed anything related to
Yeah,
the
why would,
jail.
let me just ask you, why would anything that occurred at the jail be relevant to findings as to whether you're guilty or not guilty of disorderly conduct preceding your, in criminal process preceding your arrest?
It wouldn't be for.
Okay, so you agree that D is not relevant, so I'll go ahead and sustain the objection to that. Now, bond payment, post-bond detention line, any reason why that's relevant?
Post-bond teaching, the timeline. No, these aren't relevant.
Okay, and
I
then
just-
your
I
bail
think-
bond form and all that's not relevant either. And
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, we will, you also had a mental health intake at G.
Yep, that's not relevant, that's from the.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, I will just make sure, and H is personal property intake. So what I'll do is by a vow, let's go ahead and admit everything in, but the only thing that I'm gonna consider is your written statement,
Oh,
your declaration, okay? That's the only thing that I'm gonna take as defense exhibit.
The last one
One.
is the only one, the I. Everything after that is irrelevant, but the I shows the commitment order with the complete omission of the panic alarm. And it says, like it basically just shows that there isn't any panic alarm documented.
Okay.
That's it.
Sure. And I don't think that your commitment order is relevant either to just whether or not you are guilty of, or not guilty of criminal trespass and disorderly conduct second. But this whole packet is gonna be submitted by a vow, which means that even though I'm not, there's only one thing in here I think that's relevant that I would show a jury and myself as a fact finder. The circuit court is gonna get to look at everything if you are found guilty and appeal this decision, okay?
Okay.
All right, so we've got about 10 minutes left. Do you want to continue with your testimony?
Yeah, and I'll just play the video on Friday.
Okay, do you want, or do you feel like this is a good stopping part and then we just come back on Friday afternoon at 1? And you continue to testify on your behalf and then play the video?
Mhm.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we do that? Why don't we just go ahead and break for the day? We will reconvene this courtroom about 1 p.m. Friday. I assume it's not going to take more than 3 hours by 4, right? And we'll continue with her testimony, the video, and then the witnesses.
And then if it happened to go into.
We're going to get it done Friday, okay? So I'm going to make sure that I can stay as long as I need to on Friday,
I will be here as
and
long as.
everybody
I
else will
need to.
stay as long as they need to on Friday, right?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you.
This Friday coming up?
Oh,
Correct, Friday the 14th, this courtroom.
Question in regard to if I needed to submit, if I wanted to submit a case in regard to trespass, defining the authority for that, when would you want me to do that? Just.
This
in-
would be, I think this
Since
would
we
be
just went through
something
all
that
of
I would consider in closing arguments.
Okay, that's what, okay.
And you tell me, I mean,
I can
even
give you a
though,
copy of it.
even though I get to decide what the law is as well, if you want to make an argument as to this is the law, in the case, I'd be just like you can tell me from your perspective, since you're practicing this case on your own and you're acting as your own attorney, if you think that you want to tell me this is what the law is per this case, I'd let you do the same, okay?
If I'm not submitting it into the record and I just wanna give each of y'all a copy, does that work too?
Yeah, you can he's gonna give you a case, I think, right now,
Mhm.
as to what he perceives the law would be if we were giving out instructions. Of course, as a, since this is a bench trial, it's gonna be my judgment as to what the facts and the law are. So even though he may propose something, you could propose something separate. It's gonna be up to me to determine what the law is. That's my job.
I'll
okay?
bring it on Monday, Your
Can I
Honor.
have a copy?
Friday.
Friday.
If you share a copy with
I'll
her.
email Friday, or today.
All right.
Something's wrong with my email.
Oh, okay. I'll bring it Friday. It's just a copy of a case, so.
What is it?
It's a case.
Okay. Bill of cross-examination of Sergeant Nicey. Niece.
Niece.
Sergeant Niece. Okay, Sergeant Neese, if you don't mind, to just take the stand here. I'll remind you that you're still under oath. And Ms. Padilla was in the middle of asking you some questions. We're back on the record? Okay. All right, Mr. Padilla, go ahead.
Okay. So, could you tell me what you mean by both charges interlocked, disorderly conduct and criminal trespassing?
So basically, in a situation like this right here, you got a situation that arose that caused a disruption for the clerks. That's the beginning of the disorderly. Okay. Then, when we move over to the situation where you're actually being asked to exit, the reason I say that they kind of interlocked is because that disorderly led to the reasoning for the asking for a removal, which then, throughout the process, kind of reoccurred into more disorderly, which it just kind of kept compounding on each other in that situation.
So you believe from your training that trespassing results in disorderly conduct? Well, okay. And you do say that you, well, I don't want to repeat myself for doing the unnecessary questioning, but you do think that, so in this situation, the trespassing, from your understanding, resulted in disorderly conduct because of the physical intervention, correct?
Disorderly conduct come from beginning of with the clerks, which led to a request for removal, which in turn, throughout the process, went back to disorderly conduct during point of separation, which eventually ended up in the overall aspect of, after being requested many times, an arrest.
So the trespass resulted in disorderly conduct in this
Objection,
situation,
Your Honor.
correct? I didn't understand.
What's the objection?
The objection would be that asked and answered multiple times whether or not it was the trespass that caused the disorderly or disorderly caused the trespass, and his testimony repeatedly has been that the disorderly was ongoing and escalatory, starting from the point that he was called out by the clerks, there was disorder from the clerks, and then as they were trespassing her, the disorder continued and escalated. So objection to asked and answered.
I'm going to overrule it, but you can go ahead and ask one more time. So go ahead.
Okay.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Okay. So the trespassing was what caused the disorderly conduct. The trespass order, me refusing to leave, was what caused the disorderly conduct, correct?
The beginning of the process came from the complaint from the clerks of the disorderly behavior, which resulted in a removal.
So you said you're saying that it conspired from the clerk's original behavior, not mine?
That's what initially got the panic alarm
Okay,
initiated.
okay. The clerk's behavior, not mine.
Objection, that's not what he testified that it was not. He didn't say it was the clerk's behavior that caused the disorderly.
That's what it's on.
I think I heard what I heard, so his testimony is what it is. I got it.
Do you understand the requirements for criminal trespassing and disorderly conduct? Let's start with the one at a time, criminal trespass. Do you understand like the language behind it, what's required for it?
Yeah, criminal trespassing usually occurs if you have a complainant in the situation who has asked someone to leave for whatever reason. It's usually a disorderly. And then with the law enforcement getting involved, then the law enforcement then repeats upon that to ask somebody to leave. And then at that point, when we're getting a refusal for leaving, then the application of a criminal trespassing can get applied into that.
Okay. That to me sounds like you were using your discretion where the law applies, because it sounds like a watered down version of what trespass actually is. Because usually, in my
You're not testifying
Okay,
here.
we're not
Just
testifying,
ask questions. Do you have a question? Which question?
Are you aware that trespassing requires unlawfully remaining? And it requires, you're supposed to give, well, actually, you gave, so that part doesn't matter, you made me aware of the trespassing. I'll testify later what I think about that, but, are you aware that trespassing requires unlawfully remaining on premises?
You would be unlawfully remaining if you have been requested to leave due to the combination of the instances. So, yeah, I mean, regardless, you've had, again, starts with the clerk. Clerk has a complaint based on the behavior that they had. They've asked you to leave. They have asked law enforcement to ask you to leave. And then you still refuse to leave. So that's...
What about, what about my remaining on the premises was unlawful, specifically?
You had been requested by them.
Besides the request, what was unlawful? What law did I break that required me to
That would
leave?
be a totality of when it got into the disorderly aspect of it. But so the disorderly aspect of it with the clerks, that kind of ignites everything. Again, a response was made to a panic alarm to the clerk's office. A request from us to intervene. We intervene to get told bluntly, basically, no, I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, I've laid it out as it is. I'm not sure what else you're asking for.
requires the offense to occur in the officer's own presence, meaning he has to be personally observed. He has to have personally observed the conduct himself, not relied on someone else's account of it.
So you had multiple incidences of the disorder there. You had their issue, that was the complaint. But they have asked you to leave at that point.
Let me
You
restate the
become
question.
disorderly to us as we're trying to ask you to leave and then have to escort you to leave. So
My
it,
bad. That was-
there is disorder.
That
It's
was a
fine.
bad question. I
No
won't
problem.
re-ask it. What disorderly, go ahead, go ahead.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
Yes. So what disorderly conduct did you personally see or hear with your own eyes and ears before you acted?
So one, you're not, when they asked to leave, you've not left. You've stood your ground on that as being escorted out. You sling papers everywhere. You've raised your voice.
That's after.
It's all,
That's after the physical, before, when the physical intervention, that, let's just say, before you put y'all put y'all's hands on me, what did you observe, see, hear that was disorderly conduct?
arguing of the reasoning of why we were there, arguing the reasoning and crossing your arms, getting defiant to anything that we asked of you to do, which was to basically walk out on your own accord.
Could you play that video right there, please?
Do you want me to start it over, or what do you want me to play from?
Right there's perfect.
Okay.
Do you have
You
the
gotta
dash
go.
cam on?
Yep, just did.
Is there
Yep.
a demo in here?
All right, so you've been asked to leave, so you have to relieve
Is there-
for the,
Okay. You immediately asked me to leave, it's like not even within the first interaction, there wasn't any questions or nothing. Where was the disorderly conduct there? Because that was before you asked to leave, so the trespassing is what?
Disorderly conduct with the witnesses that you're talking about there, the clerks, happened right before I got there. So I'm responding to the panic alarm,
Okay.
which is basically stating somebody needs our assistance.
Yeah, okay, so you did not view, see, or hear any disorderly conduct, tumultuous behavior before physically intervening, correct?
Between you and him talking, other
Yeah.
than what little bit that, I don't know what was said or anything like that, because I was mainly focused on the situation of trying to ask you to leave.
Mhm.
But other than seeing the actual incident in that aspect, no, but he's a complaining witness. I have to take that into account.
Mhm. Now, I understand you said you have to take that into account. So, back to earlier, you said you don't believe you're obligated to hear my account. Does that mean you made your decision without listening to what I was actually asking or feeling that I would have probably let you know at the time?
In a situation where you have two parties that are engaged in something like that, that can be heated. I wouldn't have been able to talk to you about any of that until we got separated. And then maybe would have said, hey, what's going on, what can we do? But it became complete defiance in anything that we asked.
Do you just?
Because I don't have to have a conversation with you there. I don't have to have a conversation with you outside the doors. But could that arose? Possibly. But not with the disorderly behavior that was occurring.
Okay, so that does mean that you made your decision without listening to what I was actually asking, correct?
My decision was
Because you
based
don't have to,
on
you just said you don't have to.
the clerks asking to have you removed.
You said what?
My decision to ask you to leave was based on the factor that the clerks had asked for you to be removed. Because you were disrupting their course of duties.
Of course. so does that, did those, questions right there, was that immediate defiance to your statement? Or do you think it could possibly be, like it's one or the other? Immediate defiance, asking other questions that are unnecessary, which shouldn't even be happening? Or could it be asking about safety and trying to see if clarity was an option in this situation when asking for cameras, because, you know, there aren't any?
If I can
Which one do you think?
object, he's asked and answered that the procedure is to separate the parties when there is a disorder, and then an investigation proceeds. It's been asked and answered at least 20 times. And so I think it has been answered that he does not take into consideration what her position is, her feelings are, or any evidence she has of what happened until after they're separated. I think he's testified to that so clearly. So objection, asked and answered.
So your question was, let me just make sure I'm understanding. What were you asking, like whether or not he's asking for your opinion as to what's going on there, or where was the defiance and some questions that the questions that you were making?
Yeah, because earlier he said I was defiant. I might be being a little bit overly thorough, but
During
I was
this part of
asking-
the testament, the film, I think you're asking whether or not this is a public place, right?
That's
And
what I
his
was-
opinion is that you were being defiant.
Yeah, and
That's
I'm
what my
asking-
recollection of his response is. So are you asking him, if you're asking him questions right here, is that you demonstrating defiance? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, the questions about the
Okay, you
cameras.
understand the question. I'm going to overrule your objection to the extent that, I don't know if she's asked you that before. So the question, I believe, was the fact that she was asking questions of you, did that demonstrate defiance at that juncture?
She asked about, is there cameras there, and I gave her the answer that there's cameras all over the building.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you play the video?
From where it's at now?
Yeah.
The cameras around here, like actually.
There's
down-
cameras around this place. I don't
Where
know
is
where
there
they're
a
all at.
camera in here that
I don't know where
shows-
they're all at, but you've been asked to leave, so you'll have to go today. Might be able to try back later, but you gotta go
I
today.
wasn't able to finish what I was doing.
He said he done gave you your
This
answers.
is not public.
So you're gonna have to come back later date.
Public property.
You said that you did give my answers, but was the questions about the cameras defiant and disorderly? Defiant?
Defiance is basically, if we've got a directive of what we're trying to do, we're trying to get you to move on, to separate, get out of the situation. Okay? Just because you're asking questions is not a reason to try to delay. I can answer your questions the best I can, but still my objective is to get you separated from the situation.
So me asking questions right there was defiant instead of just leaving the courthouse, correct?
That is a avenue that you would use to defy the process, but what I'm saying is delay tactics isn't what I'm looking for. I'm looking to try to get you all separated as soon as possible. That's usually the best thing you can do.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, the question, throwing of the papers, all that is just a way to try to delay the process, which is a defiance.
Okay, so delay tactics. What made you think that that was a delay tactic? Me asking about cameras and not safety?
Because after every time I had to try to answer something for you, you repeatedly asked and asked and asked and asked and asked. I mean, you can only answer so much.
And it would be better if I just hadn't said anything at all, right, and just complied?
If we would have walked out of it together, I mean, heck, I would have been talking to you. I mean, it would have been just like two people walking out the door, have a conversation, that's fine. But when you're in the middle of a disorderly type situation, the process has kind of changed. It's not an ability to kind of sit down and have a chit chat. It's
How-
take care of the situation.
How has the process changed?
Because if you are in a situation where you are basically saying, I am not leaving, and we've gotten to the point where we had to actually remove you physically from that area, I'm not doing anything but focusing on getting you walked out of there and trying to get you to move along, hopefully that once you get out of there, things would smooth out and you can be able to go on about your way. But that's not the way it occurred. It ended up going further.
So you did say that wasn't defined. You said that was defined. Okay. And you said the additional defiance was my question about being public property, about it being public property. So the question is, so why in your, I can't ask for his opinion, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, what?
I can't ask for his opinion. I was gonna ask why, in your opinion, would I be using a delay tactic in this moment?
Yeah, I don't think you can, because you're asking for him to speculate as to your mindset, which he doesn't have any reason to understand what your mindset is at that juncture. You can testify to what your mindset is later, but he has no frame of reference or no expectation as to what is going on in your brain
So I
at that
can't
point.
ask him about
He can only guess, and we don't take that as evidence.
Okay. And so what in your brain made you get to the conclusion that this person is not being reasonable? They are using delay tactics and trying to stall removal from the property, and with the papers in hand. That after I also told you that I had business, even though I said I didn't have to tell you nothing further after you questioned me, with that piece of fact in hand. What was bigger than that made you think this is a delay tactic? There's no way that this person actually had business in the courthouse at all.
So, I mean, I feel like I've kind of answered all this quite a few times, but I think you keep on are looking for this big aha moment of what happened. I'm not seeing aha moments. I'm seeing bits and pieces and pieces and pieces that kind of total up for all this stuff. And I'm doing it in a short period of time. I can't give you aha moments. Now, the closest thing to an aha moment that I could see of a defiance is obviously when you slinging papers. But when we approach a situation, we don't just listen, we're looking, we're observing, we're finding things, filling the situation out. And to give you the aha moment doesn't really do any good to the fact that this is all an accumulation of events.
Okay. I'm just gonna ask the question again, because I'm not, I'm asking what fact gave you the conclusion to use your discretion to physically remove me due to that's where it would be not defined, avoidance. It was a different word, but basically which is what I said earlier, trying to avoid delay tactic. What made you, with all the facts, think it was just a delay tactic? What gave you that conclusion? Because facts add up to a conclusion. You had the papers in my hand. You had me tell you that, and then I answered 2 more questions before I said, I don't have to tell you anymore about what I have to do in business in the courthouse. You had all that, and that wasn't the first thing that I did. I told you as much as I could, and I never said anything about a court date. But what else did you have? What fact was underlying there for you to use your discretion?
So starting off, I have a complaint to be there. 2, as we get into the conversation, I told you you have to leave. 3, body language speaks in itself.
Body language?
Body language speaks in itself. It is a form of communication, and it does speak. Once you get that, plus the verbal defiance to not follow the directives, that's how you total that stuff up.
Okay. What's my body language read right there? So the body language, that's the discussion that you used, was due to my body language.
That you didn't want me there.
That I didn't want you there?
That'll be it. You close your arm off, which means that I'm in direct facing you. Your arm is closed off to me, which means that I do not want that person in my area, in my space.
Okay, 1 second. Could you skip back 10 seconds?
Absolutely. Is that good or perfect?
All the way back, like when he got out of the elevator. Play, you can play right there. You can just keep it playing. So right there, I didn't want you there. Right there before you even got off the elevator.
I haven't even spoke with the witness yet.
But my body language was the same, correct? I was leaning
Okay.
over the counter. Is the body language the same?
You gotta go.
Camera on?
Yep, just did.
Is there
Yep.
a camera on in here?
And then
All right, so you've been asked to leave, so you have to
Is
leave
there
for
any
the day.
cameras around here, like actually?
There's
in-
cameras around this place. I don't know where they're all at.
You can pause it.
I don't know.
Okay, what facts involved made you point out that the body language meant I did not want you to be there, instead of just someone that's looking at you, leaning on the counter, and pointing at the cameras? I was leaning on the camera before you got out the elevator,
Correct.
because the clerk was in the back, so I was just leaning on the counter, saying, well, I'm leaning on this chair. What made you think that my body language told you I did not want you to be there right there?
Objection, that's a mischaracterization of the testimony. We stopped the video at 46 seconds in. He's already repeatedly testified that it was her body language over the course of the entire interaction that led to her being defiant. So I think it's a mischaracterization to say because at 46 seconds in, she's leaning on the window that she's not exhibited any, his testimony is that she's not exhibited any defiance or body
Let
language
me
that
say,
says.
I think he's answered this question. His answer was that your question was whether or not your body language said that he didn't want you to be there, and he had testified that your arms were crossed. And you've established that your arms were crossed and leaning up on the counter when he got off the elevator. So that's all in evidence has been established. So I think we probably need to move on.
Yeah, let's move on to the part where
You
my
want me
arms
to
are crossed.
just hit play?
Where they're all at, but
I'll just-
you've been asked to leave, so you'll have to go today. Might be able to try back later, but you gotta go
I
today.
wasn't able to finish what I was doing.
He said he done gave you your
This
answers.
is not public.
You're
or
gonna
public-
have to come back
this
later
is not
date.
Public property,
Did I say that you can come back or not?
but why do I have to?
You have
do
to
this
come back
for the courthouse?
today,
This is the courthouse.
because today is the date. You had an incident. They asked you to leave. Okay, let's go.
I was asking a question.
Can you
I'm gonna walk you out of here.
Thank you. Were you hoping that I would leave in this moment and without you having to, well, in your words, make it a big deal, but factually have probable cause, see something in your presence, and enforce law accurately because you didn't think it was that big of a deal. You thought I should have just left. Were you hoping that I would have just left right there? Actually, I think you already said yes. Didn't you just already say yes, like early to that? That's like the same question.
Let me just tell you what, you've asked 4 questions, then you told him what his answer was, and now you're asking him, like, is that your answer?
Yeah, didn't I
So
already say that?
the way this works is you ask one question and then you get an answer. You don't tell him what his answer is and say that was your answer.
Okay.
So it's getting confusing. I'm just trying to help you ask him a question and then get an answer. So,
Okay. So
and he's answered several times. I think you're right. He's answered several times that he wanted you to leave without any sort of physical, like, involvement with you, and you didn't leave. That's what I remember his testimony being, and he's been testified to that multiple times already.
Okay.
So, do you have another question?
Yeah, I think what I was trying to say was, in this moment, when I was asking you questions, was your reason for wanting me to leave here and your redirection to the order instead of asking questions or investigating because you didn't think it was that serious and that serious to investigate, have probable cause, you know, the requirements for the law, because you didn't intend to actually enforce any law at this point. Is that true?
So it's a question that you didn't intend to enforce the law at this point?
Because,
Is that right? Just not because, just you didn't intend to place you under arrest and enforce the law? The trespassing
no,
section?
that's not. That,
Okay.
the beginning as well. So, like, is the reason why he was asking these questions right now, I mean, directing me without hearing me out at all and, like, positioning me to leave without hearing my voice at all, because he would have rather me, because he didn't intend to enforce the law and use it, like, actually abide by it. When I mean, like, have probable cause, ask, you know, questions, inform person, like, is this because he didn't think it was that serious and he would have rather me just left? Is that why by this point he wasn't really, you know, being strict with procedures? I guess that's what I was asking.
I'm having trouble, I know that, I'm just having trouble finding out where your question is, and not to editorialize any of this, but if I can't understand the question, I got a feeling that the witness doesn't understand the question. So just, can you come up with a way to make it clear so we understand what your question is? And I'm not trying to criticize, but a lot of times you wind up with a lot of statements, and then there's somewhere a question in there. You just ask a sort of more of a direct question that he can answer.
Okay.
Am I making sense? I don't mean to, you know, like I said, criticize. I'm just trying to figure out where you're going and be a little bit more direct.
did you believe in this moment with this situation? Okay, before directing me to leave, did you believe you had probable cause that I had committed a crime?
Objection. What does that have to do with anything? He wasn't arresting her. He's testified that he wasn't arresting her at this point. He was asking her to voluntarily leave. I don't see any relevance to whether or not at that point in time he believed there was probable cause for an arrest that he's testified to at that point he wasn't trying to make.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, so the question is, like, did he feel like he had probable cause to make an arrest at this moment right here on the screen? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can answer that.
If I was going to be able to make an arrest at that point, then it would have to be a little more further aspects of what was coming from the complaining witnesses. But in that case right there, he was she was being asked to leave by the clerks. And that is what my objective was currently at that time, that just, like I said, ended up getting further escalated to where then there was more acts of disorderly conduct that was happening with us versus just what had happened previous to us getting there. So at this point in time right here, I literally was just trying to get a separation so we can get things having even started and ended.
Okay.
Was investigating what actually happened before taking action part of your standard procedure?
Say that again.
Was investigating what actually happened before taking action part of your procedure?
In a situation where there's two people who may be in a disorder, the first thing you want to do is usually separate them.
I think I know I asked that question already. I'm not trying to do this. I think the break is what threw me off. But I'll just ask these last few ones that I had prepared. You were present for the same panic alarm that happened at the beginning of this year with the flash drive incident, correct? That was referenced by Officer Ritchie when
You were
outside.
just saying on the video that you didn't want to bring up any past events.
I believe it's relevant because it was used against me multiple times in the courthouse.
So just to be clear for the record,
I'm gonna let him answer.
Oh, right.
She's opened the door.
that's what I'm saying,
Yes.
that she's withdrawing her prior
She-
objection to.
She's opened the door to.
Okay,
ask
I just wanted
questions.
to be clear.
So, go ahead.
So yes, Lieutenant Ritchie would have been the contact person. He was the person actually speaking. I came in as a basically backup person watching the event unfold. From what I remember, there was clerks were saying that she had, I guess it was a jump drive, maybe with evidence or something on it, that she was trying to remove from the area and that she was not allowed to do so. So there was a confrontation of Sergeant or Lieutenant Ritchie asking her over and over and over to that they basically saying that you cannot leave with that. They've said you cannot leave with that. That is, I guess, against maybe their policy or whatever. And trying to talk her into not leaving with it. That happened for quite a while. And then eventually, if I'm remembering correctly, I think she finally did turn over the jump drive and we were able to let her go.
Okay,
If I
Is it-
remember that correctly, yeah.
sort of, do you remember, me telling you that, oh, that's enough, that's all I had to know, and remember I said, that's enough, I was trying to tell you, you didn't have to continue repeating yourself and explaining it to me that that was procedure, and I said, I understand, and you remember, is it true that I said, I respect the, rigidness of the courthouse, and I respect you officers for coming down, and I apologize for the misunderstanding, and I also was a little upset about the way that the reaction from the clerks were, but it was resolved respectfully, right? Is that accurate to your time frame of what happened?
If I can, Jack, that I feel as though we are so far afield from May 4th.
We're not though.
The question of whether there was a disorderly conduct and trespass on May 4th, I understand she has opened the door.
This question, just to make sure I'm understanding,
Is
involved,
February.
incident occurred before May 4th, right?
In February.
In February, okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna sustain the objection, to the, I don't think it's relevant as to what happened prior. We're just talking about the events of May 4th, and it's not gonna help me, make a determination as to, whether or not they've proven your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt of disorderly conduct and criminal trespass on May 4th, as to what happened in February.
If I may, Your Honor, it would just help get it in advance, because later on, once I show my video, it shows in this same interaction, when they get me outside, the Officer Ritchie brings it up, and then Officer D. Herndon comes in and basically dismantles it with the true character, the true nature of my character, saying the exact opposite of what Officer Ritchie said. And I'm sure the Officer Neese knows that that's not true, and that just shows that he said a higher up was who Officer Ritchie was, came in to try to help, but instead of trying to understand, he was trying to inflate, and I believe he was trying to,
Why does
manufacture.
what happened on February 4th pertain to what happened on May 4th, or February, in February? Why is it relevant?
Because
As what a previous incident?
it was in the first or second week of January.
Or January. Why is it relevant to what happened on May 4th?
It was the first ever panic alarm that they ever hit on me down here, and it was resolved respectfully, and I'm pretty sure the officer will testify to that, because it shows on the body cam footage, as well as they know that this is the only lingering thing, and they tried to use it against me once I got outside by saying this had anything to do with it, and I know that it looks nothing like that incident, and that's exactly why it's relevant, because they brought up an irrelevant incident, and I have proof that Luke Morgan,
I think that's right.
Okay, so
he
here's
refused.
the rule, okay? I'll read it to you. The rule is on, let me get to it. Evidence of other acts, let's just say, is not admissible of proof, character, person, in order to show conformity therewith. So, just how you acted before, it's 404. It doesn't matter as to what happened on this day.
But
So
it's
I
not
think that's
that-
the basis of your objection, right?
Mm-hmm.
Previous acts in general, and character evidence in general as well. Your character is not same with character 44A. It's not it's not at issue here.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay, but it's less about the character and more so about the officer's character, Richie, that came in and intervened in the wrong way. He came in and he basically tried to lie about the
Okay.
incident.
That also is not an issue. It's just what happened, what your conduct was that day, and whether or not they can prove their case as that you know, were guilty of criminal trespass beyond a reasonable doubt, or guilty of disorderly conduct beyond a reasonable doubt. So, and to the extent, I haven't seen your arrest yet, they're just showing me the evidence up into this conversation where Lieutenant Richie shows up. So that's what they are hanging their hat on right now.
I guess I was just saying that because I felt like if it was an actual guilty person, they wouldn't be sending people to come in and try and destroy their character with an event that was resolved respectfully you know what I'm saying, altercation.
Listen, I haven't heard anything about, if we're in front of a jury too, he wouldn't be saying, I could guess, Mr. Wheeler's gonna say, I'm not asking you to make a moral judgment on, Ms. Medulla's character, whether she is a morally, good or bad person. All we're asking is, did the occurrences, your actions that day, did they cross this threshold, and are you guilty beyond reasonable doubt of these two offenses that they charged you with?
And Your
So
Honor,
your character is not an issue.
to reiterate on the Commonwealth's behalf, even though Ms. Medulla has opened the door, we would still request the court not consider any of the prior alleged bad acts that she herself brought up in the court's determination of the
Okay.
facts on this day.
And I think that's fair. I think if there was a jury here, I would say, don't consider, any sort of altercation that occurred beforehand, because it's not relevant as to what happened on May 4th. Okay? Or incident, for lack of a better word. Altercation is probably too strong a word. And I don't really have an idea other than just what was testified to. So let's get back to focus here. You got more questions for Sergeant Neese?
Yes, Your Honor, I do, but I still feel like it matters because it's a part of the clarity, like it's a part of the situation.
And we're going to move on. So, if determining on what happens today, you can say, judge made a mistake, he shouldn't have, sustained the objection, we should have gone into this prior event. That's before, if you don't win today, you can take, the appellate route and say that was a mistake. But we need to move on with questions for Sergeant Neese. So what other questions do you have for him?
Am I able to ask, so since it can't be about character, am I able to ask reframe questions about that moment?
Which moment are we talking about? Talk about what your conversation with
He was
Lieutenant
actually-
Richie, or this
well-
moment here, or?
Richie was there, but, and Richie was outside with Officer Neese when they were outside.
Why don't you ask the question, we'll determine
Just
whether or
whether,
not.
if he would say that it was respectfully resolved and there was no tumultuous behavior, then that would be enough, because that's the truth, and then we can move on, and that would be enough for, to decide. I wouldn't even be worried.
On the previous day?
On the day that Richie intervened in this video,
Oh, okay.
And
So the question is, was there, you can ask him.
okay, was there, any tumultuous, was it accurate that there was no tumultuous behavior and it was resolved respectfully, in that incident?
Just to
shouldn't
clarify,
say-
objection.
The
Is this-
incident is,
Are we talking about on May 4th, or are we talking
I
about?
think we're talking about May 4th.
Or January?
We're
No,
talking about May
January.
4th, right?
No, January.
Oh, no, I'm gonna sustain the objection. We're not talking about what happened before.
Okay.
It's irrelevant.
Did you cut that part out of your video that you have?
Of which part?
The part that is irrelevant?
I tried just to make sure, do we have it written down what point I stopped at? Was it 5:35, I think?
Yeah, it's out there. You go.
Well, I'm happy to make sure, or is it 6:45? I can't remember
No.
the specific, maybe 7:45.
Forward a little bit more.
I think I stopped at 7:35.
Y'all just escorted me out from public property where I halfway used to be. I didn't do shit wrong, so
Okay,
y'all.
you got some more questions? We're gonna pause it. Go ahead.
Can I ask him if, I was ever criminally trespassed or removed from the courthouse for any other incident before this? Did any of that contribute to his removal or decision that day?
I would object on the grounds of relevance and that being basically character evidence, which were the Commonwealth trying to avoid any inference that any of the actions from the officers was in anything other than the events on that day. And we don't want your own defense to be hurt.
I'm
by
gonna sustain the
that.
But I mean,
objection,
that's-
just that we're just talking about May the 4th. The prior bad and good acts, I don't think that they're relevant under these circumstances.
Yes. No, not prior bad acts. I'm asking about this incident, the decisions in his head that contributed, the facts that he had that contributed to his removal this day on May 4th. Did he use any prior incidents in his head or any track record on my personal, like, did any of that contribute to this day? Like, did he have any recollection of any of this before did he use that? That's what I was asking. So it's about the facts that he used for removal from the courthouse, not about my character. It's
All right.
about his act.
I'm gonna let her ask that question. So, mind you, my understanding is Sergeant Neese was not the arresting officer. So, not
He was
as
not the
it's just-
arresting officer.
Did your question is, did he remember you from previous experiences, and did that factor into any decision that he made that day?
Any decision to
Okay.
remove you.
Do you understand the question?
Yeah, so my decision on that day was based on that day. And my decision that day was to try to resolve without the arrest. Now, do I remember you from then? Yeah, obviously did. I just spoke about the situation. But do I know if you've ever had any trespassings or anything like that? I don't know that. I've seen you multiple times since in between those, and have never had to at that point do anything. It all was this day on May the 4th.
Okay, so correct. Okay. That day, did I ever intend to stay in that specific location or refuse to leave the building entirely?
Objection was, unless I'm misunderstanding, the question was him asking her about whether she intended to do something which would be entirely speculatory and best left for her to testify on her own about what she intended to do.
No, I asked if I said this to him, so if he knew that, if I had a chance to say.
She asked two questions at the same time for one thing. So what was the first part of your question?
Okay, did I ever say I intended to stay in that specific location?
Stop. Can you answer that?
Trying to think back on it. All I know is a direct order of, or actually a direct question of, hey, can you move, or will you just leave? And then ended up into also directives of leaving. All that was an accumulation that never got a response other than standing there with cross-armed and counter-questioning everything that was said. So to speak to what is exactly in your head, I can't. There's no way for me to know other than what I observe in that situation.
So basically, I didn't ever get the chance to say, okay, just say I wasn't understanding this particular issue. Isn't it true I only objected to being told to leave the entire courthouse, not to stepping away from that window?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Isn't it true I only objected to being told to leave the entire courthouse, not to stepping away from that one window?
I don't think you would have knew where you were going at that time. You just knew that we were removing you.
I knew where I was going. I was asking you if it
No,
was
you
true.
don't need to argue with them, just ask them another question.
Okay. What made you think I didn't know where I was going?
It's not our job to tell you where you're going other than what our plan as far as what we said we were doing. We had told you that we were going to remove you from the building because there was a request to have you removed. So whether your intention meaning removing from the building is a door or the park out there or what, I can't tell you what you had in your thoughts.
Okay. What about the fact that I told you that I had other business to do and I had papers in my hand and I had several lawsuits? Isn't it true that I only objected to being told to leave the entire courthouse, not stepping away from that one window? That's the question I asked before.
After you're done. Okay. After multiple times of me saying that, eventually you did say something about having court proceedings, which I had already told you in that situation, early in that situation, that we needed you to leave today, that once everything calmed down, you could come back on another day and finish your work. It was not a attempt to stop you from being able to do your filings at all. It was an attempt to get you to remove yourself from the situation, hopefully have a calm down session and come back and be able to finish your business.
Someone tells you that they have papers to file. Like, you assume, what about that made you think I needed a calm down session?
Because the situation wasn't going to resolve if you stayed there. You had to separate. You got to be able to come back and be able to do stuff to where you're not in a situation where you're having to be in confrontation with the person you just had confrontation with.
the department train you on how to deal with people that, with disabilities?
That is a training that we have through DOCJT. It kind of gets reinforced as far as like how to deal with that situations through updated online training that we have every year, sometimes multiple times a year. So yeah, we've been training on quite a bit of that stuff.
What type of precautions are you supposed to like do to make sure people don't have disabilities?
One, we would not know exactly whether you had a disability other than observing what we think may be able to, because really a professional would probably have to give you a so-called diagnosis of that. I mean, we just got to go what our observations of what we see, and I guess it's more or less kind of a best case hope situation that we've got things correctly.
Okay. Do you think if you had asked in that situation about my circumstances when it comes to functioning in high adrenaline situations or anxiety, like with police officers, that you would have had a clearer understanding for my dysfunctional moments?
Objection. Any diagnoses that she does or does not have is in the record, and there's been no evidence put forth that he was ever advised of any diagnoses she might or might not have. So asking whether or not those diagnoses might have changed whether he charged, I don't see how it's relevant or should be a part of the record, because there's been no evidence submitted that it was in the record.
No, I have evidence here today, but I wasn't asking about, if he was informed. I was asking if he was informed, if he was informed, if when he was informed, he would have
I don't think,
possibly understood.
okay, I don't know if there's been a foundation that's been laid to ask that question. So I think what you'd have to ask is, does he have prior experience with you to understand what your diagnosis is, if you have one? So you can ask that question, and then based upon his answer, then, I think that you've laid the groundwork to ask a subsequent question as to how he would handle the situation with knowledge of your situation. So you can ask the question as to, does he know what, and I don't know the answer to this question, what your medical or other diagnosis is, or any alleged disability. So you want to ask him that question?
Sir, bailiff, sir, can I bring this to you?
Objection.
These are my exhibits, and it shows my diagnosis, and
Okay, well,
this
I
is
mean,
your
I don't think
copy
you can
of this.
educate him right now. I think the first thing you need to do is ask him if he's aware of your
I
diagnosis.
wasn't gonna ask him that. I was gonna give it to you, and, because I already have a copy, and then I was gonna continue questioning for later whenever I.
Objection for that being a part of the record at all in any way, because the only question that would be relevant is if at the time he knew
Yeah,
there was a
that's
diagnosis.
what I'm getting at, is at the time of this, on May 4th, before he acted the way he did he have any understanding of your situation in order to be informed as what steps need to be made next, to the extent that is relevant, which will give you some grace and say, it'll give you a lot of latitude here, as I've been giving you. You want to ask him that question, then we can proceed. But I don't think you can introduce this document or advise him as to now what, you know,
Okay.
your situation is.
No, he didn't know. So,
Okay.
do you know who Officer Michael B. Jones is?
I believe so.
Okay. If I told you I had business elsewhere in the courthouse, why was leaving the entire building rather than just that office presented to me as the only option?
Because that was what was requested for you to disengage from that area, so therefore we got you out, and I advised you that you were able to come back on an alternate day to try to conduct your business and hopefully a better result.
Did the clerk request that exactly, or did he request, he didn't specify, did he?
To be removed.
Did he specify to leave the area or the entire courthouse?
Didn't specify which one.
Okay. Could you play the video, please?
Where would you like me to start from?
From where?
You can just start right there, and I think the last one that I have should be coming up.
Okay, just to make sure on the record, again, any references that might come, the Commonwealth has requested the court not consider those,
Right.
those be excluded.
So,
I just, for off record.
if you're asking him to play the whole video and it pertains to other stuff that happened before, you've opened the door, we've talked about this previous incident, but the objection, he's saying that he doesn't want the fact finder me to consider anything that occurred before. So are you asking to play the video that talks about the other incident too?
No, just, does he have that video?
I mean, I don't know what he's got, I just know
I
that they're,
think dimensions, there are, as you said earlier, I think throughout the video, as there just was mentioned, the reference to that prior event, and I'm just saying, even though it is against our own case's self-interest, I would still request the court not consider it. But I will play
Go ahead.
from here and just let me know when you want me to stop.
I just violated my motherfucking civil rights. I'm just gonna let you know that now.
Whatever you say, it's up to your opinion. My
It's
opinion
not
is
opinion,
there
it's
was a
fucking fact.
complaint,
It's fact. This is
and they
public
said they
property.
gave you your
I didn't do
answer,
shit. They didn't give me an answer. He was
and they
dancing
said that they
around.
asked you to
They
leave,
didn't give
and
me an
you
answer, and
refused
it
to
wasn't
leave.
like I was being a disruption. I never yelled and I didn't say
But that's
anything
you
to
leave, you need to leave. Okay?
They didn't ask me to leave, so the cameras will show that.
Okay, pause.
He bu-
Well, actually,
Let me keep going.
I'm gonna go back to this part on my video later whenever I show my video, and you can play.
You may go and play.
sit out and just fucking had an attitude and blew up. And that's gonna show that if y'all have fucking cameras down there. There's not any cameras downstairs, is there?
Well, if you have a complaint.
Is there cameras downstairs?
Listen, if you have a complaint.
Are there cameras downstairs?
If you just keep it down, I can tell
No,
you
there's
what
not. I've asked it multiple fucking times.
All right, you
Y'all
have an
know there
option
is.
here, you have an option here, and I can tell
Is
you.
there cameras downstairs? That's the only fucking reason they think
Listen.
they can get away with that shit.
You have an option.
You think it's funny?
And your option
You smirking
is,
and shit like it's funny? That shit's not
you
fucking
can file a
funny.
complaint with
You
his
think it's
boss.
funny?
Just come back another
funny?
day and file a complaint.
You think it's funny?
All right, let's
Facts.
go.
You wanna laugh because I see you fucking smirking?
Let's go, guys.
Hey,
Can you
it's
pause
funny.
that? Thank you. Okay. Officer, that was you in the background saying, let's go, right?
correct.
What would you, could you explain why you would say that right after saying, if if you have a complaint to file, you can file that later. After all that already happened, is in the past, you were wanting to leave, like you wanted to, like, retreat. What made you, why did you do that at that moment?
So think of the same situation that we began with when separating you from the point of contention. I'm trying to separate myself again from the point of contention of hopes that maybe you just walk away. But then you took your attention over to Deputy Baker, which then locked us into having to stay there and continue the situation. De-escalation, trying to.
Okay, not that though. Let me ask the same question. What made you say? Because I didn't say anything. Like I was okay, yes, I was speaking to Deputy Baker, but what? Let me go for a second.
Your Honor, while she's looking, for the second day, if this continues, how does that work? I've never had a 2-day trial. How would we approach that? Because obviously we want to make sure she has all her witnesses that still have yet to come, and I think there's 4 or 5.
Are we at a good place to take a little bit of a break here?
I think I was about to be at the last couple.
Okay,
3
let's
questions.
have her finish up the last few questions and then we can get to that. Go ahead.
Okay, so, what made you, so by this moment, you still weren't going to charge me for this incident?
The groundwork had been laid for a charge. I was trying to hold off as long as I could in hopes of resolving it without anybody having to be charged.
Okay, what if I was to have, okay, and now if you would have came right downstairs and I was, say, yelling, banging on the window, and then you came right at me and I said, what you looking at, and I like smacked you or something, would you have arrested me then?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
That's a hypothetical, it's a speculative question, so I'm gonna sustain the objection. You're asking
And
him
what-
to guess what would happen.
What's the fine line that made you not arrest me instead of arresting me there? Like, what would I have had to have done for you to arrest me there? And what did I do that made you not arrest me at that moment after all of that tumultuous behavior?
I think that was the same
During
as
the
the last
physical
one, it was a
interaction.
hypothetical, but, I mean, I can tell you, like I said, officers have discretion on a lot of things. Some things we don't, but we have discretion on a lot of things, and like I said, I already had reasoning to be able to, which we've already discussed multiple times, but I was trying, hopefully not to, because I don't want to have to put somebody in jail. But sometimes you have to, you have no other choice. It just so happened to be that somebody else who was a higher authority than me was able to come in and ended up actually applying the charges. I didn't tell him to apply those charges. I just told him that basically he asked the question, had we already asked you to leave? And he made his judgment based on what he saw and based on what I had said.
Officer Neese, did you not arrest me, want to arrest me or do anything because you knew that most of the tumultuous behavior came from your interaction with me, the way that you handled me, from the point where you came downstairs and I was doing nothing but leaning on the counter, to the point where you put your hands on me, and then I started yelling, screaming, crossing my hands when you first invaded my personal space, and asked you verbally to move away. Is the reason you did not arrest me at this moment is because you did not ask any questions, and you had me outside, and you got me outside, and you knew that it was way far beyond escalated.
Objection, if she could just rephrase for my benefit, I did not follow the question at all, so I want to object because I think it was calling again for, I think speculation on
Can you narrow
what
the
could have
question
happened.
down to make it more concise so we can follow better?
Did you feel guilty about the interaction,
Objection, we don't even need the rest of it. Did you feel
I feel-
guilty? It has no relevance.
well, the first
At
one
all.
did, I just,
Can you ask the question in a way that you're not asking for his feelings, but more his, because I don't know if his feelings are relevant to any of this, maybe more of what he was thinking or his actions or the motivation for his actions.
did you not arrest me because you understand that, because you knew by that point, that because you had no, I can't ask about feelings. Did you not arrest me by this point because you realize that your actions caused the biggest part of the tumultuous part in the stature?
Had nothing to do with my actions. By resolving it quickly is a better option, and also I have other things to do than to sit around and have to deal with situations like that. We've got court assignments and everything like that, so for me, it's advantageous if I can resolve an issue and move it along. When you go over into this aspect of arresting somebody, now you're stuck in a whole other aspect of filling out paperwork, getting a person down for transport, and so it's advantageous for an officer to be able to resolve it in a way that doesn't have to burden somebody with an arrest. An officer is trained to try to de-escalate a situation and get it resolved in hopes that we don't have to put somebody in custody.
Do you understand how trauma works?
Objection.
What's this thing? I don't know how that's relevant to.
Because he said that it was a better reason to basically grab someone and rip them from property without asking any questions, instead of asking questions and understanding. Because I know for a fact in my character, I would have gotten and walked out of there if I was spoken to and treated like a human
Okay.
being, not a farmer.
And you could testify to that when it's your turn to testify. I don't know that this is going to be particularly relevant as to what Sergeant Neese knows or doesn't know about trauma. You've asked about his training. He's answered questions about how they are trained to deal with folks, who may not be, let's just say, ordinary.
And I think that's it.
Okay. Any questions?
Yes, I have very brief follow-up for what potentially
Why don't
could
we
be an
take a
appeal,
break
but
for
if we
just a
wanna.
second? We'll take a break, and then he's gonna have some direct questions for you. I'm gonna take a
5 minutes.
5 minutes to answer your question, though, just so that I'm understanding how long we're gonna go. How much time do you think you're gonna need to present your defense? We're still on the Commonwealth's case. It's about 2:20. So how much time do you think you need? Because I
Uh,
know you're going to testify, right? Or, I mean, you don't have to. You can invoke your Fifth Amendment right not to testify. It's their burden. But I know that you want to call witnesses to testify. So how many witnesses do you have? And
Well-
how much time do you think you'll need?
I think there's 4 witnesses, 4 or 5 out there, I can't remember.
what are all their names?
I don't
Yes, for
remember.
witnesses.
Yeah.
Okay, I can get through those pretty quickly. Yeah, those are gonna be quick, and this will only take about 10 minutes to go through with you, and then the video will take 30, so 30 to possibly 20 minutes, so it's like an hour and 2
Do you,
minutes.
let me just,
Mhm.
do you have a time today that you have to stop?
I will call childcare, but,
Okay, I
On
was just
our
thinking
break
like
and-
childcare situations, so
yeah, so as long as,
what time do you have to,
if I could probably be at least reasonably until maybe 6 or 7, and then would need to
okay.
probably head out unless, I mean, if the court obviously requests, we just,
I mean,
How-
I've got child issues as well that I'm supposed to be somewhere at 6 today. So I don't know. Yeah, okay. Well, let's see how far we get. Why don't we not take a break right now?
Yeah,
Just
that's
having answered that
absolutely-
question, so you have questions, go ahead.
yeah, just to run through, because I want to sort of feel like we got a little far afield, and for any appeal that might or might not come, I want to make sure record is super clear. Is a person allowed to do anything they want in a courthouse?
No,
Okay. And is a person allowed to commit a crime in a courthouse?
no,
Okay. And is disorderly conduct second a crime?
correct.
Okay. And was the description when you first arrived from the clerk, did that conform to your understanding of what disorderly conduct in the second degree is?
So with the clerk stating that the person, as he said, the window has been told that they've gotten all the information that they can give them, that they're gonna, said that they were gonna call the sheriff on them, and that they wanted them to removed. That is the situation now, the disorderly that happened between them,
Right.
I wasn't there.
You weren't there.
Yeah,
From
exactly.
your understanding of what he said, it was disorderly.
Yes,
Okay.
and we're coming out on a panic alarm, which is normally dealing with that as well, but.
Okay, so then, when you arrived and you request you voluntarily leave, did she leave?
No,
Okay, and then you repeated that ad nauseum, did she leave?
no,
Okay, then you ordered her that she must leave, did she leave?
no,
Okay, then at that point, is that your understanding that that would be a trespass? Once the order has been given to leave?
yes,
Okay, and throughout all of this, the conduct, as I believe you described it, combative or disorderly or disruptive, multitude of synonyms, throughout that, your testimony was that she exhibited those behaviors which in totality was also disorderly irrespective of what the clerk said. Is that correct?
correct,
Okay, so then you eventually get her upstairs. You testified she threw her papers out. Was that an example of disorderly conduct
correct,
in totality with the rest of her behavior?
yes,
Okay, you get her upstairs, you walk out. Not a panic button, but dispatch is observing her and you all, and they feel the need to send more deputies to
Your Honor,
you.
I can't keep up with these questions. He's going way too fast, and he's saying.
I'll slow it down, I'll slow it down.
I would
Okay,
probably object to
repeat
like 5 of
the
those.
last couple questions.
Yeah, let me slow it down, that's fine. So, if, to recall your testimony, was the dispatch responsible for sending out the extra deputies to you?
correct,
Okay. And from your understanding, that's because they observed a disorder?
correct,
Okay. You still did not charge her, but your testimony was at this point, continuously, you could have for disorderly and for trespass still,
Correct.
and you didn't, okay. You get her out here. At this point, the captain has not arrived, but you testified he arrived after,
Correct.
and was informed, observed, witnessed all of this stuff, and he made the decision to charge disorderly and trespass based on the totality of circumstances.
Correct.
Okay. And I think and you've used the word tumultuous to describe that behavior as well, is that correct, her behavior?
I don't think I ever said the words tumultuous.
Okay.
I just said the behavior was in a disorderly manner, which was basically disruptive, causing alarm, but I don't think I ever said the words
The specific word
tumultuous.
tumultuous,
I
okay.
think she had said
Okay,
multiple
that's
times
correct.
tumultuous. Yeah.
All right, nothing further, Your Honor.
Do you have questions?
Just two that I could get, towards the end, so. So what does your department train you on, like, when, if you're dressed, okay, this question is about the incident where you physically removed me. Does your department train you to arrest people for disorderly conduct when it comes to you choosing physical intervention?
The department's not going to tell me that you have to, again, when you're in law enforcement, there is some sense of a discretion. The statute itself is the overall umbrella that would govern anything like what whether it be a business or an agency would do. So therefore, they are not the ones going to tell you just because you have a situation where somebody's disorderly that you have to arrest. That's not their role. Our role is to fall under the umbrella of the KRS statute.
And you wouldn't describe, okay. So you're not supposed to arrest somebody for your own, like, something that you initiated, like, to behavior like that, like, get off of me, leave me alone, stuff like that. Are you not supposed to arrest someone after they say things like that, or they try to get away from you when you put your hands on them without, without any behavior like that before?
That sounds, again, you're getting into kind of a speculation of it. But again, it's not about whether you have to arrest somebody. It's whether you make an arrest or you don't make an arrest. It can even, on a disorderly, you can even do a citation. We're not told that we have to arrest somebody on disorderly. That people are disorderly all the time, and especially in my line of business. It's a decision that Captain Harrington made that he thought with his totality of what he had his understanding of it, he made a decision, not myself, to make an arrest.
And you would recall my behavior as not exactly tumultuous.
Objection, that's not what the testimony was. The testimony was, he said he did not use that word.
Yeah.
He never said he didn't consider her behavior tumultuous. He said, I did not use that word. So just point of clarification.
He's described your behavior with multiple adjectives. So I will let you ask him. I think the question is, would you describe my behavior as tumultuous, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
So can you answer that question?
Separating the physical removal, like not even talking about the hollering, the cussing afterwards, would you have described my behavior as tumultuous?
Objection. It would be speculatory to say disregarding half of my behavior, would you consider the other half
I
tumultuous?
think what we're trying to do is to frame it as sort of your series of conduct before, in the courthouse and then outside the courthouse, right? Is that what you're trying to ask? So those are two separate questions. So I think you can ask, was my behavior tumultuous while I was inside the courthouse? Is that what you're asking?
Uh-huh.
Can you answer that question?
While inside the courthouse, yes.
Okay.
Before you physically put your hands on me, before the physical intervention.
So now you're separating into another aspect of it. So,
With that, yeah.
are you referring to when I very first showed up?
Yes.
Okay. So when I very first showed up, had I not known anything was going on, that there was nobody being removed, and you were just standing there, getting off that elevator, I wouldn't have known anything because I wouldn't have had to have any contact with you. But I had to have contact with you based on the request to have you removed.
No,
So
not
therefore,
tumultuous.
your behavior became, I guess, more defiant to our request after we started actually talking.
But
But
not tumultuous.
walking in off that elevator, looking to the side, just seeing you, not knowing, panic alarm, not knowing somebody's there, no, it would look like you were leaning up against it and you were just up there talking.
Okay,
But that's two totally different aspects. We got two different stories going on there.
all right.
You got to go with what's on the factual side.
No, okay. Did you walk with Officer Herndon to this thing when y'all put me in there? Y'all
Oh,
both,
yeah.
y'all did walk together. This was after I was detained. So when I was informed I was being detained, was I compliant or tumultuous?
You did pretty well after it came down to the arrest being made. It was, and I can't speculate what your mind said, but it was almost as if your point had been made and it was done. And so, no, after the arrest was made, it seemed like everything went fairly well.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. You may sit down, Sergeant. Appreciate you.
Is he allowed to go?
Yes,
Or-
I believe so. Any other witnesses for the county?
No, but does it mean that we let Jay go too? Because I think he's been waiting this whole time also. Or were you not leaving him completely?
I suspect that he's completed, so.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And you said we can't let Jay go also?
I think so. Any other witnesses for the county?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So, just a question for purposes of like
Just
scheduling
whoever.
and stuff.
Defendants here to testify for.
You've got obviously a couple other of us, I guess, coming in here at some point. If Judge Weathers, could you maybe text them and say, hey, we need you down here when you test, because they're actually conducting duties currently.
Yeah, I think that was the request that Mr. Woodward had made, no, sorry, Mr. Morgan, I'm calling Mr. Woodward, Mr. Morgan, that, we'll give them some notice as to when they need to come by, okay?
All right, so if bear with me if for some reason it takes a little while to get somebody here, because I don't know, being in here all day, I don't know how things.
No, I understand, so we'll try to
Thank you.
get them in here as needed.
All right, so
Okay, those are the only witnesses for the county. Are you concluding your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any motions or anything?
I have this exhibit list and my video that I wanted to show.
Okay, so we can get you, it's your turn then, no motions, to go ahead and present your defense, Ms. Medulla. So we can call witnesses or you can testify first, whichever way you want to go about it.
I'll testify first.
Okay, all right. You can stay right there. You don't have to. You don't have to, you'll be recorded, you don't have to get up here in the witness stand or anything. So the way this would work is, and are we okay without taking a break, or do we need to take a break before?
No,
I'll go through this fast. and
Okay.
then-
yeah.
So the way this is gonna work is under kind of doing it formally, you would have to ask questions of yourself. And I'm just gonna ask Mr. Wheeler, is it okay if she just testifies in narrative
Of
form?
course, absolutely.
Okay, so he's gonna waive that requirement. So ma'am, you just need to raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so go ahead. It's your turn to tell me your side of the story. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Hyper Quincy Medulla. My name used to be Asia. I was conducting business in the courthouse on that day. I did have several lawsuits before they were moved to federal because of jurisdiction. One of them was handled in appeals down in the basement because of a situation with an employer where I basically it resulted in me, I had PTSD from the situation. And there were suicide attempts as well. So I was down in the basement trying to mail off a brief, even though I'm not conducting any more business in the basement because I realized that I was doing it wrong, and I could have just refiled it in federal. So I filed it in federal, and I don't have to go to the basement anymore. But that's what I was down there doing, and I had those briefs in hand, and I actually went upstairs first, and I asked the clerks that I usually am, in contact with, if I could send the mail off downstairs because they have done it for me with my IFP status. They would send my mail wherever, serve people. So I was going to ask so I actually asked them right before I went downstairs. I asked Miss Alegrio if I could, and she said, you can go downstairs and ask them. This was before there was any, incidents or anything. So I just went on down by myself, and I asked him if I was able to send off my mail, and I asked him if I could send my mail off with my IFP status. I basically was like, hello, I have some mail here, and I just came from upstairs, and I was wondering if y'all could send mail for me, like with an approved IFP status. My video will show exactly how it went, but he basically said we do. The first moment is not caught on camera, but it was confusing to me. I don't know exactly how it went, but after I watched the camera, after I got out of jail, I realized it went almost very similar to what I thought before. He answered it, but it wasn't a full, I didn't answer it. I didn't understand it fully. I don't know exactly why, but I asked again in another way to ask him to get clarity on the situation. And then after I asked him again, he answered it again, but it was in a different frame. I think he said that's when he said it did, and then that's what confused me, because I was like, oh, y'all do. And then I remember the last question I asked him was, well, in what situations do y'all send mail out, for people if you're not able to do it for this case? It wasn't I wasn't trying to be challenging. I was just trying to understand the situation. And he said, he immediately jumped to, he's going to call the sheriff's department. I don't remember exactly how he said it, but I think he was like, I've already given your answers, and I'm not answering them. It was so abrupt, it didn't feel like it was necessary at all. And when he said on camera that I opted in, it didn't feel accurate, but I would have to say that as he was walking away, he wasn't even like, close enough to hear me. I was like, well, if you think that's, appropriate to call the sheriffs, then I guess so. I didn't yell it or anything, but I was expecting the sheriff's department to come down and, just supervise. I wasn't being aggressive. I wasn't angry or anything. So I thought they would come down and just supervise and see if my questions were finished or see what exactly was the issue. Because I didn't say anything to them about. I didn't say anything to him about constitutional rights. I didn't know if he was having a bad day or what. So I didn't really accuse him of anything then. I wasn't upset until he put his hand. The officer came down there and put his hands on me and he wasn't listening to me. And I was already in a place in my life where I don't feel heard and I'm fighting, from all ends. All alone. I don't have no attorney or nothing. So I think that's why I felt so strongly. I do react strongly when it comes to people not hearing me sometimes. But the officer did exactly what was shown on the camera, and I'm sitting here trying not to criminalize myself because of the type of childhood I went through, sitting and watching.
Do you want to take a break? We can take a break.
No, I can do it.
Okay, just making sure. Let me just say, if any time you want to take a break, we're due one. So if you want to take a break and collect your thoughts, go to the bathroom, we come back. If you're good, I'll let you go.
Okay. Sitting and watching my facial expressions as I'm being violated is hard for me to see. Because I have gotten to a point in my life where I don't really go around people that don't understand me and treat me as human. So I understand myself and I accept myself, and I know that when I have a face or I do something like this, it's not malicious. I would have never said, why are you here? I had different intentions when that officer arrived than what actually happened. I understand why we have law enforcement officers, and I respect them. But yeah, my body language, the way that he interpreted it, was not at all what I was intending for him to understand of me. My hands, when I cross my hands like this, I usually see it as a self-hug, and even if my facial expressions is I can hug myself and still at the same time think, why is this person invading my space? Two things can be true at once. And that's exactly what that was. So, yeah. And I don't like to be touched by anybody. I have suffered, my PTSD has caused me extreme anxiety, depression, and isolation. I don't go around my family as much, and it's not, I don't really see anybody. I'm mostly alone. So yeah, this was hard for me. People don't know what other people are going through, and I spoke to Officer Cruz, the one that assisted him that same day. And he agreed that it should be more like people should ask more questions and care about each other. Thank you. So yeah, I didn't feel heard, and my anxiety was already through the roof. Just, based off of him telling me I had to leave without a reason for, me leaving or what I did wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Because I feel like I try and know this pattern, so I didn't want it to become a thing like, so I do believe that I actually did have business that day. I actually did have stuff to file down there. I was going to pay. If they weren't going to send it off for my AFP status, I was going to pay. And I actually did pay. When I came back, I paid and I got it mailed off right after I got out of jail. But after I went upstairs, and while I was standing outside, the reason I stood outside there is because I felt like I deserved an aha moment. Like he was saying over there, I felt like I deserved Officer D. Herndon or someone to come out and say something like, well, what did she do wrong? Or for some cameras to capture everything, but no cameras captured anything. That's why I was asking about cameras, and I was terrified to get on the elevator with them because I don't trust nobody. I actually, Officer D. Herndon, he's not here, but I've had issues with getting on the elevator alone type stuff. And he knows, he comes in and he says, in the next few frames, he explains, I don't want to do this, I don't want to rush you, because he knows. But also, many of these officers, that officer, he's the only one that ever refused to. But after this incident, officers, security guards, even clerks, even Miss Allegrio, Miss Louise, even Chad, I think his name was, or just all those in the, division, they were assisting me downstairs, and they will testify to it, because I asked them multiple times after this incident for a few, it was for at least the first 2 months, if I'm accurately saying that. For at least the first 2 months after this, I was asking people to assist me downstairs because I didn't want anything to happen again. And the first time I went, I got someone to take video of me in the situation. I think I might have almost got everything out, but I wrote a written statement about I think I'm done.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Do you have any questions for Ms. Medula?
Yes. So, I guess to begin with, you said you intended to make a stand. You felt at that point you wanted to make a stand outside the courthouses. I think that's what you said. I don't want to mischaracterize.
No.
Okay. Then what did
want
you
me
say?
to explain again? I was outside the courthouse, and I had business inside the courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
I stood there because I was hoping that someone of higher authority would come in
Mm-hmm.
and make things right.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I could have left, and I learned my lesson after going to jail and being held like that and treated so cruel.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have, but I stayed I couldn't believe what was happening. I really couldn't believe what was happening.
Okay. So,
And I was trying to understand stuff. And that's another thing is, it was hard for me when you see throughout this video multiple times me say something about, I was never asked to leave. That never happens. That happened from my PTSD overlapping trauma, because I had another case where I was arrested for riding my bicycle. And that applied, I noticed it because that's what I said over and over. And I think deep down I realized that after watching the video, it was never about me being asked to leave. It was about other things. And that automatically triggered a response when I'm being traumatized. So that's why I kept saying it over and over. I didn't even realize that I was asking that unnecessary question over and over throughout the entire video. I mean, saying that statement, I wasn't asked to leave. I was never asked to leave. I didn't even realize I was saying that until after I watched it so many times.
but you agree you were asked to leave, though?
Yes, I was asked to leave.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure. So, you broke this up into 3 sort of separate time frames. When you were with the clerk alone, or it was you and the clerk, then the second portion was the deputy arrives, but before escorting you to the elevator, and then post-elevator upstairs and outside. So before deputy arrives and it's just you and Jay, are you contesting his testimony that he repeatedly told you how to solve the problem you had by directing you to the appellate court? Are you saying that's incorrect, that he did not advise you of where to go and who to call?
What was the question?
So, are you disagreeing with his testimony that he advised you on where to go and who to call to solve your problem about filing your paperwork?
Disagreeing
With Jay.
Officer Jay.
Jay.
I mean, Jay's testimony about what?
About when he said you requested he file something, and he explained to you he couldn't do it because it was the wrong courthouse.
Okay.
So then he advised you to go to the appellate court and gave you the contact info and who to talk to. Are you saying that didn't happen?
You added a lot of things when it comes to advisory. Exactly what I said happened was what happened. But I will add on what you said before you added those extra things. You're asking me if I believe.
I'll rephrase it. I
No,
went on and on.
Because I know what you're trying to ask. You're asking about when he said that he, you're asking about when he said, when Jay Stockman said that he asked me,
I'll make it short. Did he give you a phone number to call?
no.
He didn't?
No, because what you just said, I'm trying to get back to what you just said, because it's important. You said, did the officer, Jay Stockman,
The clerk. So I'm basically trying to, just for the record that we need to establish here today, where the disagreement is, or if everyone agrees on all of the
hold on,
facts.
you're stirring me away from what you just said.
Well, no. So I'm trying to ask you, what part of Jay's testimony do you disagree with? Are you saying was incorrect?
I said, okay, during my testimony, I said about Jay Stockman, I said that it was, okay, yep, there it is. So when he said basically that when he said that I opted in to him calling the sheriff's department. That's what you're asking me.
Well,
I think that's
That's part of what I was
absolutely
asking you,
ridiculous.
but-
And no. Even if I I said it was, you can hit the panic alarm and it was okay. He's the one with the authority, so he's responsible for his actions, right or wrong. And then also, me saying, go ahead and do it if you want to,
Right.
that's me detaching from other people's circumstances. He can do whatever he wants to. That's not my behavior, and I don't have to sit with that guilt at the end of the day.
No. So, I'm trying to phrase it a little better. So, you heard all his testimony
Mhm.
about how he described the chain of events and what he said was disorderly conduct in his opinion of how you behaved. And that he asked you to leave. And he described the way he perceived you as behaving. So I'm trying to pinpoint for the record what you're contesting, what you're arguing with that he described. So what are you saying that he got wrong about his description specifically? Was it
Description of what?
of the interaction you two had?
I was not being tumultuous. I wasn't being rude. I might have been confused. I might have asked follow-up questions, and I might have been, yes, I might have been a little confused. But rude and tumultuous, that's never a part of my character.
So let me ask you this. So the words you used were disorderly, combative, disruptive, argumentative, inappropriate, and off the rails. So he testified that your voice was raised, you refused to listen to his answer, you kept repeating the same question.
What was the words he used again?
Disorderly, combative, disruptive, argumentative, inappropriate, off the rails, and I believe I asked him in a follow-up, and tumultuous, and I believe he said yes, it was tumultuous. But regardless, his basis for those words, per his testimony, was that you raised your voice, you were blocking members of the public from being able to approach them. The clerks couldn't do their job. It impeded court business, prevented court business from going on, and that he had answered your question to the best of his ability, and you still wouldn't leave.
Yeah.
So my question is, what part?
I agree, but I'm just saying.
You agree with? Oh, no, you're saying you don't. Okay, and that's perfect.
I'm understanding.
Yes,
I'm
so
trying
that's
to
a
listen to what you're saying. I'm not saying that.
You agree, which is perfect, because
Agree
that's
to
my
what?
no, that's my question. What do you disagree about? That's exactly what I'm going to ask you. What about everything that he testified to do you disagree about? You said I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with my behavior being tumultuous. I don't
Exactly,
ever handle situations like that, even if I'm highly confused.
Okay, so what did he say that you did that you didn't do?
He didn't say that I threw anything. He didn't say I slammed anything. He said I yelled at a 3 range, so about 30 decibels. He didn't say anything about me doing anything that sounded tumultuous at all.
Okay.
But he did say that but he did phrase this lack as just, what all the words that you said, I know off the rails, which sounded very, personal, off the rails. And then, he did say something that he didn't say in his testimony. He said that every time I come down there, I'm an issue. And that made me feel like it was a personal thing, like he didn't like seeing somebody like me.
Well, he didn't testify to that. You just put that in the record.
Yeah, and that's fine, because that's his character.
Okay. So you're disagreeing with his, not with what he said you did, but the characterization of it as being tumultuous, but you.
No, what did he say I did?
Well, I'll go step by step. So, did you ask him about mailing a brief?
I did have no, I don't think it was a brief summary, but it doesn't matter. I did ask him to
About
make some
mailing
stuff
something.
out.
Okay.
In my hand.
And did you ask him about if he was aware that you had this status where you wouldn't have to pay for it?
No, I didn't, no, I didn't ask him about his awareness or anything, so I don't agree with that part. That's the part that I don't agree with, because
Okay.
he got that part wrong. I already knew my IFP status, I came from upstairs with it.
Okay, okay. So, when you asked him to mail whatever it was, I don't know, whatever it was that you wanted him to mail, did he say he could mail it, or did he say he couldn't mail it?
He, the first time, see, that's where it's confusing, he didn't answer the question. And I have a video showing when I came back that depicts exactly how he answered. So after we see that video,
Okay.
it'll most likely shed clarity. I haven't been
Probably
able to.
gonna object to it being a video taken a couple days later, but,
No, it's the exact same question, so.
okay. So, eventually though, he must have said he can't mail it,
Yeah,
because,
that was the conclusion, and I didn't
Okay.
get upset, not the first day or the second time when I got out of jail, because I don't get upset at simple things.
okay, perfect. So you're contesting that you didn't get upset.
I
So
had
he-
money in my wallet to pay, why
So-
would I be upset about that?
Okay, so he says, I can't mail this for you, and your testimony is, that was fine, he told me it then, he wouldn't mail it for me, and not a problem, I have money, I could mail it, is your testimony. So,
I didn't say that to him.
you didn't say that to him,
No.
but you're saying that's what you were thinking,
Yeah, I had a few dollars to send off
Right.
for some mail.
so you weren't upset. So then, my obvious follow-up question would be, then why did you not just leave and go mail it?
Oh, because the answers weren't, they weren't answered. When he left, when he went to go hit the panic alarm, he didn't answer my questions. I was still uncertain about what, about the entire situation, like, do they mail it off here? Because he ended it on the second question showing in my video.
So you are contesting what he testified to, and that was my question earlier, is he testified that he repeatedly told you, multiple times, I think was his exact phrasing, he could not mail what you wanted him to mail because it was the wrong court, and he testified that he repeatedly explained it was the wrong court, and he testified that he gave you the information for you to go do what you needed to do properly through the right court with the phone number and address. And so your testimony is that didn't happen. He never explained to you any of that stuff.
No, I didn't say none of that ever happened. Here's exactly what happened. What happened was, he answered the question 3 times, 3 different ways, and each of them left an opening for another question. And I was asking questions and trying to understand, because with each gap that he left in each question, it left out the answer if his department actually sent mail out or not. And so I asked questions, I remember the last question exactly. In what situation do y'all send mail for? I remember that exactly. So he asked me questions, but it was not the same question over and over. It was not, is it sky blue, is it sky blue, is it sky blue? Oh, something's wrong. No, it was not that. It was valid for me to ask follow-up questions, because I didn't understand.
So, is there any amount of questions that you think could be repeated that to you personally would become disorderly? So say you ask the same question 10 times, would you consider that disorderly?
I would consider it like harassment if I was on the bus and somebody was asking me,
You would consider it harassment if you asked the same question. If
But
someone came up to you.
But I wouldn't be rude, and I wouldn't.
No, but you would
I
consider
would
it
think
harassment. Yeah. So what if it was 50 times?
50 times?
Someone
It
asked you the
wasn't
same
50
question.
times. It
No,
was 50
I know,
times.
I'm just asking you. What would you consider?
I would consider, okay, so you gotta
Would
sharpen
you
your
consider
scope.
it?
You gotta sharpen your scope on what
Okay.
is your question, because you're trying to get me to.
My
make it
question
sound
is,
bad, and it's not
I'm
bad.
trying to understand, you're saying your behavior was not disorderly. So I repeated all the words that he used to describe your behavior. All the words, the disorderly, combatant, disruptive, argumentative, inappropriate, off the rails. This is how he described your behavior.
Okay, here's questions that would be disorderly.
Mhm.
Disorderly questions would be things like cursing at a person, threatening them, I guess,
I'm super glad you said that. So let me, actually, that's great. You did
you
say
don't
that
have
that
to
would
play the
be,
video. Tell me what video, part of the video you're about to play.
well,
Because if it happened when they put their hands on me,
Mhm.
that was initiated. Like anybody would react that way. What do you mean? And I didn't threaten anybody.
no, but I think you just testified that it would be disorderly if you cursed at someone. That was your exact testimony just now.
No, that's not what I said. I said if they asked questions and it was cursing in the questions.
I don't think that was.
You're
But
trying
regardless,
to say it, but you just
yeah, I'll move on.
The-
So
The tape will show